Good morning, everyone. Happy Saturday. Hey, Chrisette, Little Skunk, Marie, Porsche, Lovey, Forever Army, sending you good karma, Celia, Striker, Colleen C, Gary, Hey, Salem, Twisted Isabel, and it's me, Amberly, was the first. Good morning, everyone. I was debating going live. I was going to sleep in, but for some reason, my body can't. How's everybody doing today? Hope everybody had a good Friday the 13th. Everybody was safe. Hello, Kate the Great. Hey, Froggy, Poetic Justice. Hey, TLC, Billy. Good morning, Naysayer, Flower Nana. Seek the Missing. Butter. You guys, I came across something that was interesting. Hey, Donna Donald, Canvas, Jackie, Janine, Lyra, Toe Beans, Queen Bella, Proud for her mom. So, what is not settling with me? Oh, many things. Many things. Hey, Das, Tim, Raider, Janet. Good morning, everybody. Hey, Stassi, Tammy, Captain, Titanium. It is early. It is early. But I came across some things I felt were important, and I want you all to tell me what you think. A lot of inconsistencies, which really leads me to believe that this is nothing more than like a hoax, a game, and that's sad. Hey, One Red Rose, Glitters Forever. You were born on Friday 13th. That's pretty cool. 13 is my favorite number. It's my lucky number. Hey, Kelly. Brian. Good morning, Cheryl. Janine. TTT. Mrs. Fletcher. And Peppermint Tea. So, a few things I picked up on, and I don't know if any of you did. I'm sure you did actually. I mean, one thing being, I want to show you guys this. I'm going to get to Coffindaffer, but I do want to show you guys this. I don't know if for any of you if it popped up, but for me, when I clicked into Nick the Cap's stream, it came up that he was selling green light bulbs. Did anybody else have that come up for them? The option to buy green light bulbs, which means it was a sponsored stream. When people are saying, like, what money? They're not making money. It came up they were selling green light bulbs. You seen that? Sure did, huh? Hey, Megan. Yes, Titanium. Yes. It was a sponsor stream, and down in the corner, right underneath where they were speaking, you could buy. Here, let me see if I take a screenshot of it off my cell phone. You could buy green light bulbs. They are sponsored. Yep, right here. And then it says few products. So you can click that link directly, and you are going ahead and buying from their affiliate. So again, when people say, well, what money? They're not making money. They're here for the goodness of their heart. No, there's a reason they are live streaming as much as they are. And there's a reason why they're playing all these games like they were muzzled and this and that. So that's one thing I picked up on. And I haven't really seen anybody else talk about it, but it is there. So I'm going to send it to myself so I can show you all. And then the other thing I picked up on is something good old Coffindaffer over there had to say, which again wasn't surprising, but it just reaffirms what I was thinking. Plus, this whole Miley Cyrus thing, I'll show you where that came from too. I just think they're full of crap. Light bulbs for his show of support for Sebastian for Light Up the Night or whatever. Mm, 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 mm. I think that's the only reason he kept mentioning light bulbs, because he had to. He had to mention light bulbs because he was being sponsored. So who remembers him saying, oh, let the green light shine in the night? Put a one in the chat if you remember him making references like that. That's what it was about. Hey, New Kid in Town. I didn't, Rapunzel, but I spoke to somebody, and I think we're going to Monday. Here's the thing, though. I know there are some people that are just waiting for me to do something so they can make it into something really big. And I'm kind of having a little internal, if you will, conflict with, would that be going real life? So the way I look at it is this whole thing is real life. We're talking about a real missing child. We're not talking about, you know, a fantasy land. We're not talking about creator to creator. We're talking about a real missing child. So I don't know. I don't know. But here I'll show you what I'm talking about right here. And that's why he kept saying things like that. Like let the green light shine bright at night. He had to say it because he was sponsored. He was sponsored. So what happens is that little thing pops up. Then you can click it. You can view the product. Takes you right to their affiliate link. He was sponsored. What does a green light bulb do? Just lights up, Vivian. I don't know. But that's why he kept making comments about like the green, like, he was sponsored, B Tim. He was sponsored, son of a gun. And if you let it play through a little bit further, then it pops up, view this product, blah, blah, blah. So there's that. It wouldn't be against my TOS. I don't know about his. But that's why he was saying those little silly things. That's why. Hello, Winnie. I know, I'm telling you, glitter is forever. So I picked up on that. And I didn't see anybody else pick up on it. And then we'll get into the whole Miley Cyrus thing in just a minute. But there it is, guys. There it is. So they were sponsored during this stream of insanity. This is their affiliate link. The next thing that pops up is view this product. You click this little link and money goes towards them. That is the only reason they were saying those weird little statements about let the bright light of green shine through the darkness. That's why they had to say those things. It was part of their promotion. Okay. These guys are making money. They are promoted. So I don't want to hear again what money. But not only that, did anybody hear this guy on the screen, the wrecking ball? Did anybody else hear him say something about, well, we're not being paid? I think you want all the money, Chloe, because we're not being paid. Anybody else recall hearing him say that? Well, I will say, Thor, I didn't watch that, but I do agree there's been a lot of racist undertones pertaining to Hong here. I've seen comments about, tell him to go back to doing nails. I've seen comments that he is the Gangnam style guy. There have been a lot of, I don't know if you guys realize you're being racist when you're saying that shit, but you're being racist. I've definitely seen a lot of racist undertones pertaining to Hong. Listen, if it was a white man, we wouldn't be saying these things. You know what I mean? And if it was a black man and things like that were being said, it'd be called out. So just because he's Chinese doesn't mean it's okay to use racial undertones with them. I was actually going to make a post about it yesterday, and I said, let me just sit back. Maybe, the masses will say something. So I'm glad somebody else did say something because this definitely being racist. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. All right. So now that we got that out of the way, the light bulbs. But he made the comment, right? We heard him make the comment that they're not making money. But who recalls when Nick said they were hired? And then they put up that ridiculous website that said that their products, their services cost $500,000. He did make some racist. He did do some race baiting about, oh, I can go back to China. Oh, I'm Chinese. I know what it's like to be beat. Absolutely. And he is Korean. You're so right, B Tim. But we remember that, right? There are racist comments, to be fair. Yeah, well, I just said the same thing. You're right. You're right. But, it doesn't make what we're saying any better. Let's be a little more cautious. That's all. So the website was creepy, but the website said their services cost $500,000, and they said they were hired to be here, right? Anybody else recall Nick say they were retained to be on the case, their services? They said that they spoke about, the case and all the facts for it for a week before deciding if they were going to jump in or not, because once they commit for life. And if they have to be here till Christmas, and if they have to be here, you remember all that, right? Hired, right? So what's this fool over here talking about they're not making money? Were you hired or were you not? They were hired by a third party. Yeah. And we were all thinking, well, who paid? Who paid, right? Well, now they're saying they're not hired. They didn't make money. Because guess what? I don't think you made any. I don't think these guys are anything more than some limelight seeking fools. I will say, beats him. I heard somewhere along the line that this guy claims his family's like really wealthy over in China. So I get what you're saying, Thor. Yeah. So these guys, hired, not hired. This guy didn't even know that their names. So, all right, get my next thing that I caught on to. Where are you at? I think you were around the 47 mark where you slipped up here, right here. Yep. Listen to this. I clicked right on it. I'm good. She gets the text.
Nope, I don't. Sorry, I thought that was about something for tonight that I'm under contract to do, but it wasn't that. So I just want.
You hear that? Now, what was the title? What in the world is happening on Sebastian Rogers' case? What was the thumbnail? Sebastian Rogers. What did she just say here?
Okay, nope, I don't. Sorry, I thought that was about something for tonight that I'm under contract to do, but it was.
What are you under contract to do? And by who? Number 92 with 469 in the chat. Thank you, Midwest. Can we get the thumbs up a little bit higher? Contracted, Colleen. No, because the rest of the conversation goes into Sebastian, and she goes into defending the clowns, the wrecking balls. Let's hear it one more time. She gets a message.
Okay, nope, I don't. Sorry, I thought that was about something for tonight that I'm under contract to do, but it wasn't that. So I just wanted to let them know. Okay, number 3.
What goes into next?
I want to talk about the manhunt for Joseph Couch.
Okay. At what point do you talk about Sebastian Rogers, which is your title and your thumbnail? Let's find out.
We have been watching the Sebastian Rogers case from day one.
Finally. Okay.
Sebastian Rogers, 15 years old, went missing, Tennessee, went to bed one night.
Good morning, honey bunny.
Only his mother in the house.
Contract for?
She hears a thud somewhere between 10:30, 11-ish at night, and never goes and checks on him.
Buckle up, my friend.
Be quiet in there. Get to bed. And then
they always leave out the part where Sebastian responded. They always leave out the part where Sebastian responded after the thud, because that just doesn't fit the narrative, does it? It doesn't fit their narrative.
Next morning at 6, he's not there.
Yeah,
for those of you who have never heard of Sebastian Rogers.
Well, contract
that in a thumbnail is where that case.
Now I know people are. I see it, Titanium saying like, well, she's busy and there's a lot of other things. No, she wasn't on any other interviews last night. This was the only topic that she had. She quickly got to the topic after getting a text message saying that she's contracted. I believe she is contracted. I believe she is contracted to push their narrative. You got to remember, this woman is former FBI. She doesn't hold any real current, credentials that have to be followed. She's a YouTuber. So she doesn't have to, you know what I'm saying? Like, she doesn't have to keep to the moral code anymore. She's nothing more than a YouTuber at this point who makes appearances here and there.
Where we're at is the case, to me, is starting to grow cold. It's been over 6 months.
Then why have you been talking about
this happen?
If you've been on it since day one.
Little green hearts. I don't know who is doing that, but thank you. Yes.
Oh, let me put on my glasses to see who's putting green hearts in the chat. First off, again, if she believes it's going cold, then why hasn't she been speaking about it? If she's been on it since day one, why hasn't she been following better? AT, my girlfriend, I hope everything's going well. I will respond shortly. Nick cannot talk about the case, so he cannot do an interview. What do we think Nick can't talk? Why do we think that? Do we think that because Nick said it? Or do you think it was a real spicy thing to do? Right? What better way to bring in a lot of views than to claim he's not allowed to speak, he's been muzzled, go live with some tape around his mouth and have his friends stand in front of him? It's real spicy, isn't it? Gets the views going, gets the people talking, the dramatics going. Nick is a compulsive liar. I think Nick lied. What? Never mind. We'll find out in time.
Sebastian Rogers. All of us.
It's all performative. It sure is.
Heart goes out to this kid.
It could,
He's
Ryan.
Autistic. For those of you who've seen pictures of him,
like the crowd puts this
great
something.
Smile. The situation with his family, his parents are divorced. They don't get along. It's just been a hot mess of drama from the beginning.
Tyler.
Anybody who gets involved in this case is drugged through the mud.
Oh,
like the father's drugged through the mud, of course. The Proudfoots are drugged through the mud.
There you go.
Anybody trying to help. Chloe was this investigator out there. She was drugged through the mud. The Cajun army was drugged through the mud, whether they were legitimate or not legitimate.
I did not. Are you nuts? I just said something about it a minute ago. One, I'm not going alone because I think these guys are very corrupt and creepy. To be honest with you, you're not blocked, Lolly. I see you. I'm sorry. I wasn't paying much attention to the chat. I apologize. I see you though. And two, I think there are some people that are going to claim I go real life if I do it. Yeah, she couldn't even get the name right. Everybody knows it's Nasian KV. Just kidding. He is on parole. He is. He's on parole.
The Uvalde, which I know is legitimate, went out there.
Hey, Marshall
and they were drugged through the mud.
Uvalde. She said she knows Uvalde's legitimate. I keep bringing it up because it was a big deal at the time. Uvalde's the first one that came out and said they did some investigations and it led them to believe that Sebastian Rogers is in one of those schools. And they named 1 or 2 states that they believe that he could be in. It was quickly, removed, but they did say that, which, again, I found to be a big deal then. Thank you so much, Leslie and Billy. Happy Saturday to you. Happy Saturday to you. I appreciate it. I am super confused about this part. Yeah, all of it's very confusing, isn't it?
Now, which I wanted to bring them on, Nick the Hat, who I knew from the Cavalcante case, and another fugitive case, who does a good job. He goes on scene and you can hear, he puts out the police radar.
Thank you, Rita.
I would listen to that at night. He and TRev, another account.
She just said he and TRev, another account. Ma'am, are you aware of anything? Do you look into anybody before you push them as credible, especially somebody of your stature that people like actually trust in? Do you consider maybe looking a little deeper? And she's going to go on to say that. She will go on to say she doesn't look into people. Obviously, you do not. Speaking of which, yes, Forever Army. There are some people that are already banking on getting me for that. You know how these people operate. You know how they operate. Let me show you guys something really quick. You know what I just said about people do things for the dramatics? Well, who recalls this dramatic over here where this guy was claiming that he was locked out of his social media account? Anybody remember that? Again, it's a way to get people talking, but nobody took the bait this time. Nobody took the bait this time. So it just so happens after he makes this big, bold statement that somebody hacked his YouTube, well, that he got it back. Yay! Oh, and what do you know? He has a new vision, and his new vision requires your donations today. Your donations today. So his new vision is to he has a Voices for the Voiceless mining, a vision to give back. I also want to share something that's been on my heart for a while. I'm setting up a business called Voices for the Voiceless Mining, and this isn't just any business, it's a way to give back. My plan is to donate 15 to 25%. Well, it's either 15 or 25 of the profits to homeless kids and abusive households. How are you going to find those homeless kids? People who need help, families who have lost loved ones to tragedies. I'm also aiming to raise rewards for missing children and missing people across America. And over time, I love to expand to help families in need. He's going to raise rewards. I sure can, Lollipop. Thank you for asking. So he's currently applying for a business loan to invest in mining equipment and to go all the way in. I'm serious about making this vision happen. If you feel called to be part of this, you can invest with me, and I'll make sure you see exactly where your contribution goes. Why don't these people apply and see what happens before they mention it? Because what happens if a bunch of people give a bunch of money and then he doesn't get the loan, and then, then what? It's just like Tara Lane over there. Tara Lane over there, she's raising funds for an attorney. She's going legal. On who? You're going legal on Steven because he told you to F off? What is your legal standing, ma'am? He did lose a lot of weight. It's not such a bad thing. Let me go ahead and... Oh, thank you so much for becoming a member, Twisted Isabel. I really appreciate that. So if anybody would like to help him in his vision to hopefully donate, why was she just hidden? You're pocket modded and I can't get it back. Can somebody get unhide Twisted Isabel? Oh, I think I got it. AT, you're pocket modding, sweetheart. Good morning, Trevor Lane, Adam Harris. I got them, AT, I got them. No worries. Hey, Time Traveler. Good morning, Music City. So anyway, yeah, that's his business plan. You're all welcome to join it and donate to it, and hopefully he'll give 15 to 25%. Mining? Am I right in thinking mining is like when you go dig for gold? Hold on a second. Yeah, mine is when you go dig for gold. Where is he going to go dig for gold? Well, geez, Chrisette. Why are you sending me disgusting emails? Where's this guy going to go mining at? And how much does he think he's going to come up with? Enough to make rewards for missing kids and... Oh, what is this? Hold on one second. She was talking about a 16-year-old autistic boy, but made it seem like it was Sebastian. Oh, give me just a moment. Hold on. Crypto, Bitcoin? That's what mining has to do? That's what mining is now? Dang, social media has really taken over. I thought mining was good old-fashioned going out digging for gold, my friends. I had no idea there's like an internet mining. He's mining crypto? Boy, if you don't take your crypto ass back to the cave and stop that, you ain't mining nothing. Oh, you missed it all, V-Tim? TRev has a new plan to expand, a vision, if you will. And with your small donation today, you can make it happen. So look at this. Remains of a missing autistic teen found in Arizona, Sebastian Rogers. Made it appear like they were talking about Sebastian was found. That's not very cool. Who is this? I don't even know who that is. It's a rat. TRev got a plan. He's going to come out with the man. He's crypto mining. Good thing he got his YouTube back so he could make that post to let you all know his future plans. I think that is an Arizona boy. How would they be able to buy a body if a kid was autistic? Buy a body. Granny, they are the Seth, Sean, and Tiny team. That's why she named those two. I know, because she's contracted. I believe that. Yeah, it's getting a little ridiculous, isn't it? TRev did seem like he was on something. Well, I mean, he lost a lot of weight. I don't know, friends. I don't know. Ain't that the truth, Gary? He's hoping his audience will fall for it. It's not now that I know he was talking about crypto. I mean, I thought he was going to go out there and actually buy, I hold on. I'm beyond excited to share that I recovered my hacked account tonight. It's been a tough journey, especially losing not only this account, but my paranormal account as well. But we're back stronger than ever. I missed y'all, and your support means the world to me. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for all the birthday wishes yesterday. I truly appreciate every one of you. I love and miss y'all, and I'm ready to jump back into things, starting with our coverage of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. The Rev Gang is back, baby. Prayer for strength. He gives his little prayer, and then he gives his little vision, his vision for mining. It's the driving force that keeps me coming back to what we do here because it's special. Thank you to everyone who's believed in me, regardless of the noise and drama out there on ScrewTube. I have massive plans not only for the channel, but for my life in this business. My mission is to make a real impact on families who need financial support, and I know with this vision we can make it happen together. First, you got to get your own finances in order. Absolutely, please do. First, get your own financial situation in order and stop begging your audience. That would be a good start. He said he hopes he doesn't have cancer and hopes that's what's causing his weight loss. Please. Didn't he pull that card like twice before? You can't make money on crypto mining. For an example, you mine $30 of crypto a day, you pay like $200 a day in electricity. Steve, I am lost. I am lost. Yeah, his account was hijacked, and that's why he's been gone. He got it back just in time, though. Just in time. Oh, man, you gotta love that. Last stream, she mentioned a green porch light to show support. Right, because they're pushing the promotions. They are pushing the promotions. Right there, sponsored. They're sponsored by these green light bulbs. Again, for everybody saying they're not making any money, they just really want to be here to help. Are you sure? Are you sure about that? And Twisted Isabel, are you back, hon? I haven't seen you comment. I want to make sure we got you on hidden. Well, he unhacked them just in time, Cal. Hey, B-Time.
What's up? The whole crypto angle is a fucking bullshit scam. No one makes money. Like if you're just one person with a graphics card or a few graphics cards, you're not going to make any money. Basically, you have two issues, which is the electricity costs and also the cooling costs. So, and you're competing with places like Russia and stuff like that. And also, no one makes money on Bitcoin anymore. It's like, it's too much to mine at this point. So you have to go with like a shit coin, but like the whole crypto market is fucking shit right now. So
do we know for sure he means mine in that way? Like, am I that old fashioned? I thought mining was, going out with machines and digging through dirt.
I mean, what is he gonna prospect? I mean, is he gonna get a pan and go through the fucking river and go for gold? I mean, what is he talking about? That's what I think about.
That's what I was wondering. That was my thought.
Like, the problem is graphics cards are extremely expensive. You have to have a good graphics card to basically start, mining and stuff like that. You have to have multiple good, have a good mining setup, and you're competing with like places that are just multi-million-dollar locations that sometimes set up in places with cheap electricity and also very cool. Because the problem you have with mining Bitcoin is that you overheat. So you have to pay for a lot of cooling costs to keep your setup cool. And a lot of times they set up in like cold regions, like, Alaska or like, someplace in Russia or something like that, where you can get really, you could try to get cheap electricity and just like kind of let the elements keep your system cool. And you can't make money from that. So if he's like his new grip, he's going to try to explain to people he's got a crypto like mine, I wouldn't trust it. that ship has sailed about 25 years ago for Bitcoin. Like it's like,
and the fact that he says he's gonna like raise rewards for missing children, he's gonna give back to the homeless kids. I mean, come on.
Oh, they did. Yeah. I don't know how he's going to try to mine. I don't see how he's trying to make money on it, but I wouldn't trust this guy. I also think he's buying views because I saw his live stream. He only had 90 people watching at one point. So he has 5,000 people. Okay.
He looks sick. Listen, I am many years into recovery. He doesn't look right.
Yeah, that doesn't look like a person that's healthy working out type of deal. Because, like,
no, that's sickly.
Yeah, that's like if you're not eating right and you're kind of you're not eating right, man. Because you could tell his head's getting smaller. He's I don't know.
Maybe he I mean, even just his eyes, he don't look right.
Yeah.
I know he ain't trying to flex like right there, like, oh, look how good I look.
Honestly, like,
oh man.
Yeah, he's not really. He's losing. It's like he's losing weight, but I don't see like an increase in muscle mass.
No, he's yeah.
You know what I mean? Like usually for men, you want to get like muscle mass because you can naturally burn off fat by just basically having that extra reserve of muscles type of deal. That's why that's like a great workout plan for a lot of people to build muscle, but he does not look like that. He looks sickly to me, honestly. Like he looked like a lot more healthier when he was overweight, actually.
Yeah, and I'm like talking like just around his eyes. Like look at the redness of his eyes and stuff. This is I mean, look at the pupils right there. I mean, come on, you can't deny look at the pupil.
Mm-hmm.
It could be a lot of things. I'm with you, literally, Davis. This is I'm like baffled that he would lean into the camera like this and not even consider what we're seeing. And yes, stress can do that to you. Absolutely, stress can make you lose weight, but if that doesn't justify the eyes and
also his views don't make sense. He had like 90 people in his chat. Why does he have 5,000 views?
Yeah, that's a great point.
Like that's impossible. Like the numbers you need to get 5,000. You need at least close to 1,000 people live for a kind of deal. He was live for 5 hours, so maybe he would need like 600 people, but on average. But I don't see it. But he's sickly. But we'll see what happens. I wouldn't trust this guy with a dime. I wouldn't donate a dime.
Like everybody's saying here beats him. A bunch of people in his chat asked if he was high, and apparently he was sniffling a lot and all that. Maybe a lot of people went back but even then to get to 5K from 90 in chat, yeah, I doubt it.
Yeah, you need like at least 500 to 600 people daily for a 5-hour stream, easy. And even then, I don't even think you'll probably get like 3,000, maybe 4,000 views. But it's very weird.
Man, hold up. That shit's crazy.
Look at his pupils, guy. I don't care what anybody says. They're damn near not existent.
Yeah.
It's actually it's worrisome, to be honest. I mean, this is clear as day to me what's happening here, but oh my golly.
Look at this wall. It's cracked.
Yeah. Oh, wait. Is it?
Yeah,
this here?
Oh, wait, that's not correct. That's a wire. I thought that was
that's the wire for the sign that his ex-girlfriend brought him and he took with him.
I was like, wow, that's a big crack.
There's a big crack in his teeth there, though. Has he always been missing a tooth there?
I don't know.
Man. I got to hear this real quick. The haters.
No, we don't want to hear your hater shit. Somebody said go towards the end. They said he was sniffling the whole time, and I look at his eyes. Come on.
To be fair, I'm kind of sniffling in the morning. I get like, especially with the change of weather, congested a little bit.
There's a lot of, that's true. It's very true. It is the time of year for allergies to act up, and
I don't want you to start that anyone sniffling might be on drugs. And I'm going to be like the next video is going to be beat Tim on cocaine.
Yeah,
sniffing a lot. And beat Tim exposed cocaine.
I never got it. Well, they're gone now. Hey, Jean, good morning. They are gone now. Yeah. Well, he's back, and he's back asking for your donations to make his vision come true again. Wow.
You said they stopped looking after dark. Cavalcante is how I found TRev. And man, I was on every night with him. Boy, that was a rush you cannot replace. It's cool, Trev. Don't mind sharing his music on Facebook. No, I don't care about that. Free to share it wherever you want. Thank you. Appreciate you. You're free to share that gospel wherever. You're free to share it. Like I said, I ordered a couple boxes and
Oh, shut up. All right. So he's talking about mining crypto and shit. That makes much more sense. Somebody said go towards the end, but I don't know. What are we saying?
Snappy.
He don't even look the same. It's too much for me, honestly. It's too weird. It's crazy. B. Tim called me a druggie. Good morning, Carrie. He does have an organization. Couldn't get one. Weird he going that route when Tony and Seth need organization to place funds. Hey, Lenny.
You know, but like a 501c3 makes you a lot. Do you know Tyler Feller? That motherfucker is making so much money. It's ridiculous.
Yes. Yes.
Do you know, like last year, he made almost $316,000?
Oh, my goodness. No, I did not.
And that motherfucker claimed almost, I think, $280,000 as expenses. So he's like, he's fucking. I'm waiting for the IRS to bust through his door. I'm so waiting for that. Holy fuck. But yeah, 501c3. Once you get grants and donations and stuff, then you can write off like everything. Man, that's just a money making opportunity. Huge. But you might go to jail.
But you might go to jail.
You might go to jail. Yeah, you might go to jail. I mean, when you write off when Tyler Feller wrote off like $150,000 in occupancy expenses. Meanwhile, his business is his fucking house where he lives. So
right.
in fucking Illinois. So I don't know how that's possible, but I mean, whatever, bro. We'll wait until the IRS catches up to you.
So that's what they're all trying to do is a 501.
Yeah, 501c3. You write off your channel, for instance, you write off your channel as part of the 501c3. All your memberships and your donations go through the 501c3. Your shirts, coffee, even those events. Then you basically write off your office, and your home. You write off, traveling expenses, stuff like that. And then you make sure you can be employed with the 501c as pay yourself, give yourself a salary, and that'll be part of the expenses. And make sure it's under a certain amount so you don't have to pay taxes on that. And you basically live off the 501c3. And Tyler Feller literally has just himself getting paid and no one else. Wow. And it's wild. It's a very, very quick way to make money. And there's a lot of organizations that make a lot of money. And then you get grant writers to write for grants and stuff like that. And it's very easy to make a lot of money.
Ooh, I'll tell you, that must be why they're all seeking this route. Midwest, thank you very much. Hey, Louisiana.
Yeah.
B. Tim, is he rapping here, holding his fake lighter? Is that watch this? Well, I got to hear it.
All of these families are feeling the same, losing their loved ones to all of this violence. The government doesn't want to make a change. It feels like a game. This shit ain't the same. All y'all do is just pick at our brains, give up a little info, they conceal the rest, and expect us to believe what you say. Now, how much change gonna happen? You know these pedophiles running around the trash shit. I said they touch kids, but the judge gives an ass kiss. And you expect us to want to roll with that shit? He touch a kid, they get 2 years maximum, but gets back out on the streets looking forward. Yeah, something like that.
What just happened?
That was...
I'd rather go with JLR's wop, wop, wop.
Yeah, I like JLR's wop, wop, wop.
Way better than whatever this just was.
That didn't even make sense. That made no sense.
No, I mean, yeah. It's the knockoff lighter for me, too.
Well, looking forward. Yeah, something like that.
Why does he have a lighter in his hand?
Why do you just
Maybe the lighter was on and he stuck it towards his stomach and he burnt himself. I don't know.
It might be it. You better never get to cell. I like when he added in number 1, cell block number 1.
Yeah, man. You better be careful, mister.
You better be careful. No, that's not a vape. It's definitely a lighter. I see it right here, clear as day. Mm-hmm. Where'd it go?
Bro, you're not a legend. This guy's like, I'm a legend.
Something ain't right.
What the fuck?
Hold up. Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
Something ain't right for sure.
It's nothing but All of these families are feeling the same, losing their loved ones to all of this violence. A government doesn't want to make a change. It feels like a game. This shit ain't the same. All y'all do is just pick at our brains, give up a little info, they conceal the rest, and expect us to believe what you say. Now, how much change gonna happen? You these pedophiles running around the trash shit. I said they touch kids, but the judge gives an ass kids, and you expect us to
See, that's a lighter.
want to roll with that shit?
Definitely a lighter. Wow. Something ain't right. That was
Something ain't right.
That came out of nowhere.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right. I think a lot of people are saying that about you, Mr. T Fraud.
That I know, at least joking aside, that person is very unwell, and I shouldn't even be laughing because it's not funny to watch somebody, literally before our eyes kind of fade away into this. But
yeah, he's
not a good human.
Yeah, I mean, like, he looks unhealthy. He needs to, like, I don't know, he needs to eat. He needs to eat something. He needs to get exercise because he looks unhealthy.
I mean, this is bad.
Yeah.
Out on the streets looking forward. Yeah. Something like that. All right, yeah, we're live. What's up?
This looks like, I mean, I'm not even joking when I say this. I spent many years in active addiction, and this guy looks like every guy around me when they were active in addiction, between the hypeness with the music, the confidence, the burst of jumping up and stuff. I'm just saying, it's very, very reminiscent. Matter of fact, it's a little triggering because he literally reminds me of like my ex right now. Every time he would relapse, it was the same shit. The blasting of music. He's a rapper, the lighter in his hand. All of it is very, very, very addict behavior.
Yeah.
That's weird. It's weird. It's too much. I'm going to finish it out real quick.
Right back. We'll be setting up this manhunt for today.
He said, I'll be right back. We'll be setting up this manhunt for today. And then he ends out. But we'll just let him go on the screen. So that is his investment into mining. Why didn't he say that, though, Beaton? Why didn't he say like crypto and...
I don't know, man.
Trying to be like shady, sneaky?
I don't know. He says that money's going to be donated. That's weird.
Reward money.
Or it could be that he's just, his brain is so fucking all over the place. He's like, 1 minute he's talking about child charities, next minute mining, and now he's talking about music. Like,
look at that right there. Look at that. Watch what he does right here. First off, Mr. Blue, I have to be honest with you. While I appreciate your super chat, it will not be going towards a TRev CD. But thank you very much for the 20.
You need to do a review. Tight the bullet. Do a review of his music, bro.
Yeah, he'll probably copyright strike me.
Yeah, well, that'd be like a members only, a TRev exclusive review.
No, watch what he does here, guys. Watch this.
Did he just
He'll walk away and wipe his nose.
Yeah.
Party after party playing with his nose now. Oh boy. All right. Yeah, there's something up there. Yeah. And then he just kind of disappears, and I don't know. I didn't pay much attention to him before, but I do know he had more weight on him. His eyes didn't look that way. His nose wasn't bright red. His behaviors weren't this outlandish. Were they? Like this?
No.
Outlandish?
No,
this is drug confidence. Like, what did he just jump?
But we can't fix shit if you never hear what the hell we say first. Dedicated, never hesitate. Speak for me.
What the? All right.
Yeah, he's out of it, man.
He's
he
pretty
is
lost.
And like, you don't really see the signs of like someone who's working out, like type of like jogging, fucking lifting weights and shit like that. You don't see that in his body at all.
Yeah, no, he definitely, it's not like, I've had a healthy summer. I've been working out. His skin's very pale.
Yeah,
I agree with you. There's no like replacement of weight loss with mass, there's no muscle tone.
Yeah, like he looks like he's just lost weight and he hasn't gained muscle.
Like, what did he just come back doing that he does this? Look at his face.
Well, he barked at the screen.
He did bark. See his nose right there?
Look at his eyes. They're classy.
Yeah. And then look at his nose right here.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's out of it. Oh,
he's
yeah.
Out of it, man. There's no doubt about it. And look, as somebody in recovery, I fairly rarely ever make bold statements that I believe somebody is using. But I am very boldly saying that today. I never make those. I hate when people make those type of accusations as a go-to to try to insult somebody. But
Yeah.
I mean, come on, this is as clear as his eyes right now. Look how
Yeah,
glassy they are.
he's touching his nose constantly. He walked off the screen, touches his nose, gets amped up. It's fucking weird.
Comes back. Yup, he's barking. He's growling. I mean, there he goes again off camera, back in it. He got the music going. Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Look at his eyes. They're like zooted. He's not even like blinking.
Yeah.
Oh my God. That one eye still hasn't blinked this entire time. There it goes.
Maybe he's practiced to be like the JLR Jr.
You know what? Like after
No
age
blinks.
20, it's time to give up the dream that you're going to be a rapper.
Yeah, man. The problem is like, it's who you know. You know what I mean? And he doesn't know jack and shit. And also the fact is that he's already killed his career. Because the moment, let's say he gets famous, all they're going to bring up is the fact that he faked a call for, about a murdered child.
Yeah.
And that's
and
pretty
then
much
double
it.
down on that.
You know what I mean? If this was like, oh, he was in the streets and he got into the gangs and stuff like that, that could be like looked at as a brand type of deal. But his career is shot. And also he sucks. I mean, let's be real. He sucks, and he does it. You know, we look at him. He's not something you sell a brand on.
I agree. He's not sellable.
Like you too could be a pasty, chubby guy in the basement. If you buy my product, okay? No, I don't think so. I don't think so, sir. I think you should focus on cleaning yourself up, being more professional. If you're going to take true crime seriously, take it seriously, or get a day job and make some money.
It seems to me he spent most of his time during this stream talking about himself, rapping, playing his music.
Yeah.
I mean, you would think I had this sped up. This is normal speed.
I'm shocked there's not like a mirror near him so he can look at his face so constantly.
There just may be.
Oh my Jesus Christ.
I was going to say, there's a reason he has all these lighters around him. He grabs a lighter, he walks off the screen, he comes back. Watch when he comes back. It's very, again, obvious what is happening here. And it is sad, Seek the Missing. It is. Who's the kid on the milk carton? I feel like he's always used that as his little... Look, he's right off camera. He's right here. Why do you keep going off camera?
Yeah, that seems odd. Then he comes back with glassy eyes. His nose is like kind of fucking sniffing.
Yeah,
that's weird.
Hyped up again, growling his shit. Cranky Pasta thinks he looks great. Well, bless it, Cranky Pasta.
Okay, so I mean, like, there's, whatever.
Look at 2 lighters in his hands now.
He's doing the 2 lighters, like.
Right. Like, what is this?
Yeah, I don't even feel like making fun of him because I feel bad. I'm thinking there might be something wrong with him. You know what I mean?
I'm agreeing with you.
Like, I would normally make fun of this guy, but I seriously, like, he's kind of reminding me of someone that might be on some substance that might need some help.
Yeah, like prayers are more in order than making fun of him. I don't even think he realizes, like, this is what we're seeing.
Yeah. I don't feel like kicking a person down that much, man. It's just like, Jesus Christ. You need to probably, sir, you need to get yourself picked up. Are
you sure you're not just intimidated by his mean rap skills right now?
I'm not intimidated by
his mean mugging.
Mean mugging, no. I'm glad he's wearing a t-shirt finally and not a one of those what they call a wife beater. I don't know what the political correct word is for it now. Because apparently
I think we still call them wife beaters.
Yeah, I don't want someone to cancel me because I use that word because I'm like,
Yeah, I think that's what we still call them. Betty's going to lose her shish. JLR is live with Magnolia on camera in Kentucky. Oh. Them be crack eyes, yeah. I think prayers are in order.
Yeah, he's out of it. Yeah, the thing is, the guy has kids too, so it's like, I only hope this guy wakes the fuck up and learns his fucking lesson and try to clean up his life a little bit because this is not working, man. This is not working.
Right. And it's time to grow up. Again, like, as a young teenager, you start getting into like the weed, the drugs, the rap music, and you think you're all gangster. But we're now talking, he's in his 30s. He
Yeah,
has kids that are, teenagers. It is time to grow.
yeah, it's time to realize that certain dreams are not there, and you move on to other things. Like he's in his 30s. I think he's in his late 30s actually.
And people believe this guy's you believe a gangster, a hardcore gangster is actually out here looking for missing kids? I mean, come on.
I don't know. I have a very different opinion of gangsters, but I don't really think gangsters are people I would look up to. Let's just say that much. But.
Right. That's what I mean. Like, is he either so street driven and, you know what I mean? He's like hardcore badass, or
I don't know.
We messed up here. Well, that was very interesting. So that's what Mining is. That's his new grand plan. I think he's going to sell more of his rap albums. And what do you think of the lights, B-Tim? Did you see that I showed that they're being sponsored by Green Lights?
That's wild. I don't know if that's an automatic feature or something with YouTube, but that's wild.
No, that's why they were intently mentioning, like, let the green lights shine through the darkness. They were purposely making those statements because they have to, because they're sponsored.
But don't they have to like basically tell you that they're sponsored, like they're breaking like actual rules?
They should. Thank you, Kathy. They should turn around and say, like, today we're sponsored by Green Lights, blah blah blah.
Yeah, I don't know, it seems a little odd.
I wonder if they do in their about section. Let me see.
Yeah, because by law you have to tell them you're sponsored, even on Twitter.
And then what about Jennifer Coffindaffer with her? I'm contracted.
That's weird. I don't know if that's by Court TV. She's contracted to say certain things, or she made like other contracts. But like, I don't understand why Coffindaffer's acting like this. To be honest with you, the lady went against Turtle Boy, and you're going to defend these idiots. Like, what are you doing? Like, come on. Like, that makes no fucking sense to me, ma'am.
None
Do
at
some
all.
research. I mean, like, this guy is literally doing the same kind of stuff Turtle Boy was, which was spreading misinformation on a case.
Look, and there it is again, B-Tim. Look, earns commission on tagged products. He earns commission on these tagged products.
Oh my God, are you serious? Jesus Christ! So this is a grift. This is absolutely 100% a grift. He's purpose.
Yeah. And
it's working because his channel is getting 10,000 people watching and all that stuff, and it's working. It's actually working very well for him.
And it makes me wonder, though, part of me wonders if they're buying. I think that whole being muzzled thing was to revamp his channel, because if you think about it, their views went back down. People realized we gave up. Everybody's kind of like, yeah, these clowns. And I think they did that big re-dramatic entrance on purpose.
Oh, yeah, I don't think anything happened to them. I think they're lying. I think they saw Betty was going in court, and they wanted to piggyback off of her.
Off of that attention. I agree.
There was no way that they basically were being, because why the fuck would Chris and Katie give a fuck about those two?
Right. And again, there's no legal filings that any of us have been able to find. So were they legally muzzled, or this PO tell me can't? And then look at this, Patreon coming soon.
Yeah. By the way, that Asian gentleman, I believe he has money, because what happens is, what people don't realize, in China, you can only take a certain amount of money out of your country. So a lot of times, like, people who are really rich and part of the government, they have to worry about eventually them being like arrested and all their stuff being taken. So what they do is they kind of sneak. They have someone go to America or something like that, and then they have their money kind of slowly go into that country. And sometimes they put it into real estate, they buy real estate, or they buy or they make up certain companies, let's just say, to sneak out their money. Say, hey, I'm investing in this so-called website, let's just say, and I need to get some money out of the country, slowly but surely, if you catch my drift. And they do it a lot. And I forgot what they call that situation, but yeah, they have to get the money out, because any day the government could just come in and be like, yo, you're going to jail and we're taking all your money. It's very simple. Also, there's no concept of actual real estate. For instance, you're only leasing the land from the government in China. So it's like you only lease the land for like 70 years from the government. So there's no concept of ownership. So the best way they usually do is they just start sending the money out slowly out into America. So I can believe that gentleman is very rich, has a rich family in China, and that they're kind of sneaking money out using him. and other relatives that they've sent to America.
Well, he bragged about $1,000 pair of shoes as he walks around the park looking, pretty homeless.
Yeah. I mean, but I'm just saying, like, I could believe it. You know what I mean? I could believe. Some people don't, but I believe it. I could believe that because that's a tactic. A lot of rich families, or corrupt government, people do in China. They're like, oh, we got to get their money out before they come after us, and they do that type of deal. It's done.
So there, and B. Tim's just saying there is that possibility. He's not saying with confidence that is what is happening.
Yeah, I'm saying I believe I can believe he's rich. I can believe he comes from a rich family in China.
I mean, they do state that. I believe it was written on like his biography as part of the website he was part of. And then, so Coffindaffer, she goes on to say like that these guys are getting threats, with guns and threats of RAPE in them. And then she goes on to say they believe it's coming from one of the parents. Like she won't say the name, but she says the name. So if they're getting all these threats via social media, why can't we see them? Where are they happening?
That's because they don't exist, and they're trying to basically create a narrative that they're being harassed to justify their actions. You know what I mean? That's pretty much what's happening. Like, you notice, like, it justifies every action if they're being harassed. Like, oh my God, look, we're being harassed. That's why we're going so hard at these people.
Look what they're doing to us.
Mm-hmm.
And then I want to point this out because my whole thumbnail being Miley Cyrus. So I know many people don't pay attention to this guy and we shun it. And I also want to say Josh from the lab has been calling these two out too. And I know a lot of people don't like Josh, and that's fine. But I appreciate it because his audience is pro Seth. And I think it means a lot more to have somebody that's pro Seth calling out these guys. I think it means a lot. So I'm glad he's speaking up. But so Nick does this the other day. I feel like every 4 years I reunite with this gal. We're coming in like a wrecking ball, all right? Miss me some Miley Cyrus. And I believe underneath it, he claims, Nick the Hat, Miley coming in hot with the soundtrack of the summer, miss my LA crew. Miss my LA crew. So this guy believes he's really something, right? But what I really found interesting about it is he is implying that Miley's coming, but Mr. E Crime News, whatever, they added a clip of his show to their video last night. Well, during one of this guy's show, him and his wife, they mentioned they believe that Miley Cyrus is behind these two coming in. So right here, we discussed the possibility of the Cyrus family being involved last night on our show. I think Nick is just feeding rumors at this point.
Yeah, and I think it's disgusting, to be honest with you. This guy is literally coming in late, acting like he's doing something. Meanwhile, he's just spreading more lies and misinformation so he can build his channel and people to actually watch him. Disgusting.
And he's sitting here acting like he's like with all these, elite and all these famous actors and actresses and, all these celebrities.
I'm sure Miley Cyrus is going to walk with him in the graveyard.
Right. Maybe it's going to be the next video shoot or something.
Yeah, no, he's just doing this for trolling. It's building his channel up. This trolling works, because there's a lot of people that hate watch him. There's a lot of people that believe his BS, and he's trolling everyone to build his channel. It's 100%. That's what's happening.
They are. They're paid agitators. I've said that before. They're anti-government. Their purpose is to agitate, and they do it well.
Yeah.
Look at everybody excited for the Happy Meal, Croc Meals. I'm so excited. Kraken, thank you so much for the Cash App.
My comment about that.
You beat him.
We're not going there. I think like you're combining the worst two things in society, which is fast food and Crocs. If ever there was an actual symbol for the downside of Western civilization, that would be it.
I can't even argue that. Well, I can argue the Croc part. I mean, listen, I'm wearing my Crocs right now, to be honest, and they're quite frankly the most comfortable things I've ever worn. Thank you so much, Kelly Mack. That will be going towards my Happy Meal coming out on September 17th. Sponsor me, Crocs. That would be great if I could get a Croc sponsorship.
You're gonna have to not curse. You're gonna have to say like something. You gotta be like PG for that episode.
Yeah, it wouldn't work.
You gotta like maybe like just
They fire me. Don't agree with B Tim. Don't agree with B Tim.
It's true. It's like the downside of society. downside of downfall of Western civilization that symbol is. Like, there's going to be people like 1,500 years from now, they're going to dig up this Crocs and be like, so this is the turning point of Western civilization when the
Crocs
downfall
came
occurred.
about.
When these
Listen.
Crocs came about.
But then they came out with Crocs with the fur. Come on, it's the best thing ever. And you can buy replacement furs. You can buy replacement furs on Amazon. So if your furs get a little not, fluffy, or sometimes they get a little sweaty, you can replace them. I mean, there's no better thing. Hey, one exclusive for what, Pristine? Yes, replacement furs. Hey, Daddy's baby girl. As paranormal investigator. So beats him. Oh my God, guess what I came across the other day?
What?
You guys remember the lady that came out with the so-called audio to the flashlight video?
Yeah.
She did a read-in the other day where she's speaking directly to Sebastian.
Mm-hmm.
And it just so happens when she gets to the point of asking Sebastian, where are you? He doesn't want to tell her. But he told her everything else. She told her what happened to, his head and
what is he using? What is she using for her reading abilities?
Just her brain.
Interesting. Very interesting.
It was so disgusting.
So are we sure this woman hasn't left the facility where they have white padded walls and
one flew over?
Yeah, are we sure about that? Like, is this woman hearing voices that are telling her things?
And then Terry Lynn jumps up, right? And Terry Lynn's like, "Is that why I have a headache?"
Well, no, ma'am. You have a headache because you're probably sniffing too much fucking fumes from your car, sitting in there in the parking lot all day. That's probably where your headache is coming from.
I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe what I was listening to. I never heard her before. I don't even want to advertise her because it was just that low down.
So this woman is claiming to be a necromancer, where she's like trying to communicate with a dead spirit via no means of actual ritual or anything like that.
She's a MMO, tarot psychic medium.
Well, tarot cards are not meant to be used for, I mean, like, some people might disagree with me, but the tarot cards were originally a game for nobles in the early medieval times. And later on, it was a reflection of the stages of one person's life. Like, the beginning of your journey was the Fool, where you're basically just you're walking off the cliff. And then when your fulfillment of your journey, your life journey, you end up as being the world. That's and there's always like concepts and symbolism. It's not really meant to be like seeing the future. It's really more of an internal tool to try to figure out your own, I would say, like, kind of read yourself, like kind of see, like kind of, and it's like, I don't know how you would explain it. It's more like just to kind of see like your own mental state, try to find your try to figure out yourself. Basically, it's not meant to actually as a tool of divination. Some people might disagree, but whatever. And plus, it's not really supposed to be used for necromancy and shit like that. That's not how you're supposed to do that. But welcome to New Age bullshit, where people just make up shit because it sounds cool.
I agree. I'm asking right now if this is true. If he was legally muzzled. Thank you so much, Snazzy. Listen to it here, Beats. Ready?
Like, how?
I've done a lot of River has it times home, and they're like, "Thank you."
Like, I needed to hear that.
I'll tear up some, but like this whole, or like,
this fake started on you yesterday. Oh, really? I don't remember any. Yeah.
She's talking to Sebastian, guys.
Yeah. Terry Lynn, did you get the? Oh God.
Well, that's why she needs a legal fund, Star.
Yeah, I'll be shocked if she doesn't get a lawsuit after this.
Oh, I'm very sorry.
This is her talking to Sebastian.
Okay.
Yeah.
Irish.
Yeah. And it gets worse.
I know,
It gets worse. I asked him, Terry Lynn comes up, goes, "Is that why I have a head?"
No.
And this lady's not ready to let the conversation go.
Oh, there you are, sweetie. Hi, honey.
Hello.
Is that why I have a headache?
Sorry. Well, Sebastian just came in. I don't know if you saw that.
Sebastian just came in.
My texts are going crazy, and I said, "I don't know what's going on, but I'll be there."
Sebastian was just here.
Sebastian was just
Classic
here.
Terry Lynn. I don't know what's going on.
I have them, Snazzy.
And when He comes in the back of my head. I don't see him. He comes in the back of my head. He still loves his mom, and he doesn't want his mom to go to jail. That's really broke my heart.
Jesus Christ.
Yep. That's why he won't.
He might just be fluttering around. He's just not talking.
Anyways, he's fluttering around now.
You'll have to watch the replay because I was not anticipating that at all. And I'm not going to privatize it. Let them laugh. I don't care. I don't care anymore.
She did privatize it. What do you think, Tim? You think she?
I think this woman is clearly suffering some sort of issue mentally, because like it doesn't make sense what she's doing. I mean, like, number one, like you would have to assume that Sebastian is deceased. Number two, if let's say we went to the world of occultism, she's basically trying to do necromancy, which is or an attempt to communicate with the dead without any sort of, if you read like the old books and stuff like that, rituals and stuff like that, and it's just like it just comes, and somehow with all the spirits around the world that have ever died, Sebastian just decides to go to this rando lady that has no attachment. There's no item to actually attract him there. What's up? It's just a ridiculous. It's just some bullshit. This lady has mental illnesses. Now, I'm not saying that magic exists. I'm just saying, like, if you read old books and stuff like that, usually there are certain rituals that you can do to actually help you, and she's not doing them. She's clearly a fraudster.
Yeah, she's absolutely fake. You know, she goes on to say that that her neck and her head hurt because they bashed Sebastian in the head. That he won't tell them where he is because he doesn't want his mommy locked up, but how much he misses his daddy and his grandma, everything, you know, because she's on their side. Then she goes on to say the only thing Sebastian will tell them is that he thinks he's where the deer are.
Yeah, but you know what? You notice that all those things she said was basically so ambiguous, and it could be anything. Like where the deers are. Well, there's a lot of fucking deers in the world.
There's deers everywhere, right?
And
where the deers are.
And we can always assume that Sebastian loved his mom, you know, and his dad.
Right.
I mean, but these are ambiguous. They're things that you cannot actually rule out. What do they call them when when the fake psychic has the audience? It's like code reading.
Yes.
It's like code reading. And it's just made up. It's just you use the most like generalized thing. It's like me saying, "Well, I'm using my psychic powers. Anyone in the chat has a relative named Smith. Smith.
Right.
I have a strong connection to Smith.
Anybody? Does that relate to anybody? Might be Smith. Might be maybe it's I don't know. It could be a Steven. I mean, that's how they do it, honestly. And then one person spikes up and says, you know, oh, me, I have a Smith. And they take it from there. It's like saying, you know, I believe Granny may have had a Philly cheesesteak in her lifetime. Well, yeah, she's from Philly. It's very generic. And that's exactly what she did. And it was gross how she went. And then Terry Lynn, too. Is that why my head hurts? And then they go on to describe where their head hurts.
Oh, okay. I see little skunk is in the chat. So says, I'm a Smith. All right, Smith. I have a feeling you watch Down the Rabbit Hole News. I have a feeling that you watched that show. The ghosts are telling me. It's not because your name is Little Skunk and that you probably watched that show and also watched that too. Right. I'm just guessing. But it's a very generalized thing. It's nothing that you can actually pin her down with. And she says that she throws the tears in and all that stuff. And it's just really ridiculous stuff.
I mean, she was shaking and everything, and you can hear her text Terry Lynn when they're discussing where their headaches are. It was the most fabricated, and Terry Lynn did not want to even. Terry Lynn wanted to cry about how she needs a legal fund, while this woman wants to cry that Sebastian's in the room. Yeah,
and it's just you see that with a lot of fraudsters, like people who are actual like fraudsters, because. You know, I mean,
look, she was saying at first he was near water to follow the duck sounds and look for balls, because we don't all know Terry Lynn has appeared with many baseballs after looking near, you know, the little fields where they play Little League.
But yeah, that's the thing. And it's like you see a lot of people on the internet doing this now with like they throw the word tarot and they throw the word psychic medium and they just make up this stuff and people buy it hook, line, and sinker, unfortunately.
Yep. So gross.
I mean, like it's an insult to actual people that actually might look at tarot cards and actually read this stuff because they're not doing these shenanigans. You know, they're not doing that type of shenanigans.
Oh, I lied, beats him. She does have this thing out. She has the cards out and then this thing. Watch.
An escape.
Yeah, she's crying.
So
look how much she's swinging that, too.
Yeah.
Look at that. I mean, you can see her hand moving.
Yeah, it's scrying.
What?
It's scrying.
So, are they planning?
Look at her
An
fingers moving.
Are
Yeah.
they planning an escape? Yes or no?
Are they planning an escape? Yes or no?
Yeah.
So yeah, this is where these people are on on the weekends. This is what they're
There you
watching.
go. That's a yes. Is my name Bob? No. Are they planning?
You
an
can see her
escape?
arm
Yes or no?
moving
Not
it.
for the benefit of
Yeah.
me. Wow.
exactly Martin's mommy.
That's what it looks like. We got 2 travel cards, Mike. Okay, my guys are coming in. Somebody's coming in. Holy hang on.
Oh, here he comes,
Watch out,
guys.
someone's coming in.
Here he comes.
Uh-oh. You know
Back
what
it
that
up,
means.
Terry. Back it up.
Right. Here he comes. Oh, look, this is when he arrives.
Sorry.
I don't know.
This just came in the way Sebastian came in. So just bear with me.
This is such an insult.
Okay.
It's about to get fucking dramatic. Let me just warn you all in the nicest way possible.
Okay, somebody's here with me. I think it's Sebastian, everybody. Sorry. It's happened last time on the live. Not last time, but a while ago.
She has a lot of voices in her head,
cannot.
guys.
He's just sitting here. He's just sitting here, but he comes in the back of my head. Oh,
Good God.
okay, my head
It's
is
in the
starting to
back
hurt
of her
now.
head.
Okay, so
This is who Terry Lynn, Justin
Martin's
for
mommy,
All,
but I am.
EJ. This is all who they push.
Today I am.
This is what they push.
It's Friday the 13th. This is perfect.
Look at her.
You're
Oh,
right.
And
so
here
dizzy,
comes
my
the
head hurts.
dramatics.
Not as bad as last time though. Y'all, when you were here, remember my eye was black after?
Her eye
Okay,
was blocked.
Sebastian, you can hang out with us, honey.
Come on
You
in,
can hang out.
Sebastian.
It's okay.
My God.
This is
My
disgusting.
neck is like friggin'
I kind of wish you had the gray hue
Okay,
thing.
Sebastian,
Come on
okay,
in,
yeah.
everyone. Come on
Hang out,
in.
honey.
Yeah.
Whew.
That's exactly what she's doing. This is
Sorry, everybody. Did not anticipate this.
and why would Sebastian connect with this
Not
lady in
talking.
Canada?
Not talking to me.
Well, yeah. I mean,
It
usually you would
was
need
last
something of
night,
a
yeah.
personal to kind of
And
attract.
TL will
Usually
end up
those old
coming up, but
rituals.
she's been paneling. on-
Right. And wouldn't normally like he's not going to connect to a
rather
woman
than,
in Canada that he's never
Yeah.
met, never seen. All because
Yeah.
what? She supports his daddy.
You wanna see?
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
And then she
Well-
goes hysterical
Yes,
crying
that's what it
and
is.
she can't breathe and everybody, oh my
What's-
gosh.
Horrible.
What's shocking is like people actually
So
believe this lady.
unethical.
That's a
I
shocking thing.
know. I just don't want my mom.
Well, and what's really shocking is she's claiming then by this that Sebastian is deceased.
Yeah.
Yeah. Get her off, please. I know. It is so sickening and it's sad because again, these are people that claim to support Seth. Do you know how insulted I would be if you claim to be my friend and you're having a whole conversation with my son, you're claiming is deceased? And when it comes to anything of relevancy, of importance, of like how we can find him, suddenly he doesn't want to tell us. I mean, fuck you. He's follow the duck sound. He's by the deer. The deer are all over the world. And then
Yeah.
Terry Lynn comes up and, oh, well, she needs money for a lawsuit. So she'll go along with having a headache after she gets a phone text from this woman. The whole thing's a scam.
By the way, lawsuits are incredibly expensive, and you usually have to have lots and lots of money.
Well, what would be her legal standing beats him? That
To sue Steve, like that Crabtree.
Crabtree, right? Because Stephen Crabtree said, fuck you. That's her
Yeah,
lawsuit.
that's not a good standing at all. And the problem is that's probably going to get thrown out. But even for a frivolous lawsuit, it would cost her a bunch of money, and the lawyer would probably not take it. For a cheat, they'll probably charge her like double the rates for the BS that they have to deal with because they have to deal with online bullshit.
Right.
So.
Yeah, and the whole chat was like, go get Terry Lynn. Somebody get Terry Lynn. We need to like the lady needed so much comfort that only Terry could bring. And oh, don't you know that lady's gonna start to GoFundMe for Terry Lynn's legal. And Terry Lynn's like, yeah, I hate to ask, but I have no choice. Bullshit. Oh my gosh. You should go on Jeopardy, they say.
Who, me? No, I'd do terrible. I'm bad with names. I'm horrible with historical names. Like,
Michigan, I
terrible.
predict 20 people will get arrested today. Not sure where in the USA though.
I would lose Jeopardy immediately because you'd have to name names. Like I know events, but just like names is terrible and bad with names. So bad.
Yeah, I'm not good with any of it. My memory just doesn't hold.
And
And then did you ever see the box that was found that was supposed to be Katie's senior photos?
Yeah, I seen that. She said she never did that, and then Jay exposed and said, "Yeah, you texted me with this photo."
She debunks it because Terry gives this whole story about a searcher who's not on YouTube, was afraid of snakes, and asked Terry, "Can you come help me?" And Terry's like, "Sure thing." So she goes and blah 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 blah. But that it was never her. And so Jay comes back in and she's like, "Oh, it wasn't you? Okay, right here's the text messages from her."
Again, we have
the
Brittany
shit.
J, unable to think for herself and decipher this information. Here is a video of Terry Lynn's text to me saying, "That's the box."
That's the box. Now, take a look at this box, guys.
TBI. Thanks for listening.
It just so happens. Is there music playing? Do you hear that, B-Tim?
I heard a little bit of music in the beginning, and then you stopped. So I don't hear any more music anymore.
Oh, okay. It's my daughter. So right here, right? They find this box. It says Katie senior photo. Everything, the box is all beat up except where the write-in is. I mean, the ink's not even, found in the water. Ink's not even, little rundown, nothing. Do we believe this shit? It isn't even where the writing is.
Yeah, I just believe that she probably threw like a fucking pen and wrote it.
Looks like, yeah, I agree. I would love to see people's handwriting to see what this would be, because I just don't. I mean, come on. None of the writing's messed up. The ink's not even like a little damaged. There's no watermarks through the ink, but yet this was found in the water.
Mm-hmm.
And why is it that they're always finding all this? The same person's finding this evidence. Part of the time when they found that box, Other Things was one of Terry's live videos. And I posted part of that live where she says she found it. Also the glasses. Right. And now she's denying that she found it. I don't know. What was the box to prove? I missed that. That they claiming they found Katie's senior photos. I don't know. I think the whole thing's too much. I think this has gone too far. We got Wrecking Ball coming in claiming that they're now tied to Miley Cyrus, and again, which is something Crimecast said the night prior. So he's just feeding speculation at this point. I don't believe for 1 minute they were legally muzzled. Matter of fact, I'm asking for confirmation. We'll see if we get it.
He's not.
No, you don't think so either, right?
No, he's not. He's not going to show anything. He's going to keep on making the act like they're the victims while they're spreading misinformation about the case, and also kind of creating a narrative to go after a parent.
An excuse to, right.
And also, I think they're a distraction. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if basically, like behind the scenes, Mr. Seth Rogers or Tony is talking to these people and saying, "Hey, can you act like complete fucking idiots on your channel as a distraction so that no one pays attention to over here, what's going on over here?" Because what's the truth? Like, that's what I think. They're just basically a distraction.
I agree with that. And then they suddenly... Welcome, Tia. Thank you. They suddenly get a message over here. Coffindaffer, as she's live, gets this text message. She has to put on her glasses. Let's read it. Listen what this says.
I want to read to you a text I got today.
Yeah, read it, professional lady.
Ready for this?
Right. Ask yourselves why.
I'm looking. It's important.
It's very important. This is important.
Okay, here we go.
Mm-hmm.
You ready? I have received death threats, rape threats.
That's rich.
And honestly, we think, I better not say this part. I'm going to skip this part. But we think so-and-so is trying to scare us away.
So they're behind giving out these threats to...
This situation is insane.
Then why are you in it? You made it insane.
Oh, this is some... I better go on.
No police reports. No, Beaver. Of course not.
Basically, this person is saying it's the worst situation they have stepped into.
Just a week ago.
Never seen this amount of hate and of distractions
Of
on a missing persons case.
The people that came in saying they were going to use truth serum and drug people that were unwilling.
It's a huge, I mean, honestly, I feel like I'm reading the exact text I got from the Cajun Navy guy and from Uvalde and from others who have worked this case. What is
Uvalde? Nick, do you or B-Tim, do you remember Uvalde really working big in this case at all?
I don't even know who Uvalde is, to be honest with you.
Yeah, apparently Uvalde is like this organization, foundation for kids. That's what they are. But anyway, they came out a while back. Nobody recalled them really being part of, Sebastian Rogers' case. And they came out of nowhere saying after their investigative work, they believe that he's being hidden in like some type of school out of state.
Okay. Yeah, I barely even heard of that place. Those people. That's why I was like, "Who's Uvalde?" At first, I was thinking about the school. That shootout that happened, like that.
Yes.
I was thinking about that, and I was like, "Why are they involved? Well, what's going on there? Who was threatening people there?" And then I heard. Then you're saying this. I'm like, "Oh, okay." I had no idea about these people actually.
And then United Cajun Navy, while they did say that they received threats, don't forget they said they reported it, but unofficially. And when TBI was asked to comment on the threats, they said we've received no reports of any threats being made.
Interesting.
Yeah. So now we're supposed to believe that United Cajun Navy, Uvalde, and then Nick the Cap comes in, they're all being threatened. Meanwhile, you don't ever hear these people reporting how those who were part of Tony and Steph's team but stepped away, how they were actually threatened with receipts. There's receipts to those threats. Like what they did to Queen, pass around her record, trying to get people to go after her, trying to, pass around her docs. They're actual threats. That's threats of intimidation.
Yeah, I mean, that's the usual tactics, man. I mean, it's interesting that you have a group of people that say we want to look for Sebastian Rogers, but they focus more time on basically a publicity campaign against people that disagree with them.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like, if you're doing the right thing, you don't need to focus on the background noise. You just do what you got to do. But these people, the truth of the matter is most of these people are just absolute grifters.
Yes.
They're all grifting off of this kid. And they're all just kind of nobody, untalented pieces of shit who basically have, attracted themselves to this case. You have Tony Mathis, who's a fucking guy who's failed at every single entrepreneurship that he's ever had in his entire fucking life, almost. Bankruptcies for everything from fucking lawn care to the book of the month for children.
Yep.
You got Nick the Hat, who is a fucking the worst news reporter I've ever seen ever, who basically makes up stuff just for publicity and is a failure of a channel. His channel was about to die because no one gave a fuck about his channel, and he came around. And you got a situation with Terry Lynn, who's a failed, what is it? She used to do that reality
90 Day.
90 Days. She used to talk about that. She's a failed channel from that, and she's hanging out with parking lots. You got all these people who are complete failures trying to revamp their careers using this possible disease or this missing child. Yep. It's just crazy.
And they, people like, what's his name? SF Investigates. What does he do? He quietly goes there. Nobody even realizes he's going or he's there. He turns around. He's actually searching. And the whole time I said it, these Nick and all of them, they kept saying they're going to Tennessee. I said they'll never go to Tennessee. This is nothing more than a publicity stunt to get their channel off the ground. And now they're going with the most dramatics they can. Threats to be RAPED from where? And why isn't that reported?
Who is going to threaten
that on him?
Yeah. Like, why? I mean, like, this is like ridiculous. It's like, okay, if you have a channel, Mr. Nick or whoever, why don't you show these people's threats? Like, if they're threatening you, first off, I would go to the cops. I'd be like, here's this report. But also the problem is with Nick the Hat is that he falsified emails before. That's one of the reasons why he went to jail.
Yes. And impersonated actual news reporters.
Yeah, like,
just recently. We're not talking about 10 years ago, 15 years ago. No, recent.
And if this is like, if Coffindaffer is reading from Nick's account and doesn't know about this, shame on her, because she's the one that's supposed to call. She said, she called out Turtle Boy and all this stuff. And meanwhile, she's going to give this guy a pass. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you out of your fucking mind?
Well, she's under contract. She says it herself.
Crazy.
I believe it. Yeah, he just returned from jail, Truth Seeker. We're not talking years ago.
Yeah. And the main reason you can't trust anything the guy says because he falsified information. He's an untrustworthy report. I mean, like,
he tried framing a government he tried framing his probation officer.
I mean, you're probably better off believing Brittany J than him, to be honest with you, because at least she didn't go to jail for lying and falsifying documents.
Right. And his own probation officer called him disturbed. I mean, let that sit in, guys. I don't know why people believe these two are the, chosen ones and hired by the elite. One hand, they say they're hired by a private source. And on the next hand, they say they're not making any money.
Yeah. You didn't
Always
really put any stock in her, did you, Lita? Listen, I always say this is my feelings about Coffindaffer. Sometimes she feels like a nut. Sometimes she don't. If you catch my drift. Sometimes she's right. And sometimes she sounds like a nut, So it's just like, it's kind of like that.
Right. You take her with a grain of salt. Hey, Savannah. And then Terry Lynn. So I heard this for the first time. Listen to this. This is the real Terry Lynn you're about to hear. These ladies did a fantastic job.
Known as TL from the 90-day community.
Target. You think somebody paid her $500 to fuck her? Are you kidding me? Or to do anything pissing? No. Listen.
Let me tell you, a woman claimed she was SA'd, and this is Terry Lynn's response to that.
They paid her $500 to fuck her? Are you kidding me? Or to do anything pissing? No. Listen. They rolled her ass up in that fucking pit. Listen. They rolled her up in the fucking tar. Okay? They did. They did. They doused her with a little bleach.
Doused her with
Put
a little
pillow
bleach.
right there. She bit the fucking pillow and they come in and they tagged her in the backside. That's it. Period.
Is she talking about Jules?
You can thank two people.
These are when she was doing her Rumble streams about Jules.
I need you, Kiwi.
And she's talking about when Jules was assaulted or what?
Well, did you ever hear her Rumble streams?
No.
Oh, they're
they're the worst.
And this is what for the people that have the people that have issues when I've gone in the trauma and be like, this lady doesn't care about victims of true crime. She's just exploiting it to get the views and whatever. Everybody's like, why do you care, Siwa? Because stuff like this. Like, if that's how she talks about victims of SA, what do y'all think she really feels about victims of other crimes as well? She is dangerous to be around victims. She is not safe. That's my only point in that whole thing. I'm disgusted. I didn't know she said that. Holy crap. That's horrific.
Yeah.
It goes on now.
Oh, you asshole.
I don't believe anything more than that. Somebody had told me.
I'm sure they did. I know who told you, bitch.
So
shut up. Just shut the
that's all I know.
Thank you.
And the only reason I'm saying this now is I just looked at Terry Lynn's thumbnail and it seems very obvious as to what the stream is about.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I thought so too, but
no choice, fuck face. Because two people in your fucked up chat, or demanded. Because one of them was on her Facebook. Now shut the fuck up.
Because it was posted on other sites.
No.
You know, somebody sent me something and
This isn't how she talks currently.
That's the reason I would never lie.
it wasn't hard to find out, but yeah.
Y'all know what y'all did. Shut up. I'm not playing with this. Don't fuck with my mama and I won't fuck with your daddy. You got it?
This is Terry Lynn.
Because I'm going to fuck her daddy. You understand?
This ain't the Terry Lynn we hear today,
Take
is
that
it?
back to your bitch. Thank you. Lisa with Marty. I was nice to you and I was damn good to you. Stop lying and keep people's names out your fat ass mouth.
Yeah, before I got your address, bitch.
Stop eating.
And stop
Put the fork
eating.
down. Put your
Is
candy
this
down,
Lisa
and cookies,
Ann?
and stop.
Yes.
I'm sick of this shit.
Listen,
You're lying. No, she's
listen.
trolled all over the place and she's even had my name in her mouth. I'm sick of it.
Yeah, that was Talisa Ann.
Now, I know there's a lot of history there, like Remy said, but that is not the Terry Lynn we hear today. The Terry Lynn that claims she's, I would never do stuff like that, and she does this whole innocent act. No.
Was that a picture of Terry Lynn, the woman that was in that, that was on the side walking?
I believe it. Let me go. Yes, that's Terry Lynn.
I thought she was skinnier.
She may have lost weight since then because I believe these are, they're not extremely old, but Tissot Assaulter, who was in jail for an interview about Siwa, trying to say Siwa was lying about being SA'd. There's a lot of history there.
I mean, like, it's very sick what this lady's doing because in the end of the day, it's like, why even go that far on people? You know what I mean? Like, that's a little too much. That
Right.
really
Well,
is too much.
and they're from a sector where they, my understanding is all sides went really far. They were all doxing, they were going real life, all of them. But the point being, when Terry Lynn sits here now and says, like, I would never do this, she's so innocent. No, we all have an aggressive side, right? Terry Lynn just denies hers and is there, and she's full of shit. And she's had, funds before. At one point, she claimed she was like legally blind and couldn't see. She was using a magnifying glass to be able to see. Now
To be honest with you, based upon that clothing choice, I can believe that.
All right, Kiwi, I'm linking you on the basis that you're sober, okay? If I feel like you're not, I'm going to kick you off.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, like, she could be legally blind based upon her fashion choice of that shirt.
Yeah, I mean, it looks a little, odd choice there. But the point is, she raised money to get this surgery done, claiming that she had, forget what the word is, they say it in here, and that she only had one good eye. She needed surgery on the other. She was legally blind. She was losing her vision, and she would use a magnifying glass to even read chat. Now she's driving around at night while live streaming.
I'm sure that's safe.
Yeah, very safe. With what did they say she had on her? A flask of alcohol. Did you hear that, Beaton, when they were sitting there talking about her friends in the car saying she saw a ghost?
She saw a ghost?
Yeah, and Terry Lynn's like, you're weird.
Interesting.
It was a whole weird conversation. It was a very bizarre conversation. And Terry Lynn's like, don't cry on me. Wait till I can get you some of that. Like, it was very, and then Terry Lynn's like, I can't hit that. I can't toke it. It's illegal. The whole conversation was weird.
Oh my God.
Hey, Kiwi.
Hey, Green. Thank you for having me up. How are you going?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm so sorry I missed you on the TRev bit because I hate TRev. I hate him with a passion.
Well, I knew that's why you wanted to come up.
He is so disgusting. His pre-recorded spirit box sessions are probably amongst the most disgusting things on YouTube, and I've seen some pretty bad stuff.
I mean, we just listened to a lady basically guilt a woman for being hard.
Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty bad. I think that's probably a little worse. That's because that person is going to listen back. But yeah, it's pretty disgusting to basically do that type of spirit box.
He has a volume of work, though. You know what I mean? It's not just a one-off with them. But yeah, I know what you're saying. Now, Mr. Tim, I got a bone to pick with you, bro.
All right, I'm ready. You got me. I'm done. Let's see. Let's go. I'm done.
I tried to come up on Queen's panel one night, and you called me a troll. I was in the back panel, and you were screaming out, "He's a troll! He's a troll!" I don't even know you. I don't even know you, bro.
I don't know what you were typing. Like we get a lot of people, and we don't know.
No, I got to be honest though. I had said something about Betty being beautiful, and I know that Queen has a problem with Betty, so. You probably were right. So let's get
trolling.
the bone out of the way.
No, I was right. You were trolling.
He was trolling, right?
I wasn't trolling. I was, actually I was, but I didn't mean to be a troll if I came up from the live thing, but I was being funny in the thing. I mean, look, anyone who says Betty's beautiful is a fucking moron. So you should have got that. You probably did get that actually. But yeah. Good on. Nice to talk to you personally now, bro. It's good on you, mate.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
Is that the only issue? Is that the only issue you got?
Probably. That's probably the only issue. If you want me to be honest, I think unless you're the son of Queen Bee, you really need to form your own identity.
Listen. Maybe. How do you know I'm not the son of Queen Bee? How do you know that?
I don't know. That's why I say unless you are. That's all I can say. That
the thing is, like, to tell you the truth, is like I like to just jump on panels and talk. I don't really like to because it's like a hobby to me. I like to just chill with people, talk. I'll jump on many panels. Depends. I kind of used to jump on more panels a while back, but then that got me into a little bit of trouble, unfortunately, because
trouble on YouTube. Come on, no.
Yeah. So I like having conversations with people. It's actually something I really enjoy. And sometimes the only problem is like you get kind of guilty by association when you talk to too many people, if you catch my drift. So unfortunately, but I've done it on many panels. And I just don't, I just do this as a hobby. I like to just talk to people.
Right. No, it's all good. It's all good. Look, my bro, I full respect. You asked me, I said you took it like a man, so can't ask anything more from you, bro. Good on you.
All right. Cool. I'll make sure you're banned immediately. That's true.
I know you're gonna backstab me now. I know you.
I'm already emailing Queen Bee, my mom, about you. You gotta have to ban you immediately.
Yeah. I know what you guys are up to.
Exactly.
You're all the same. Yeah, you're all the same.
Absolutely, we're all the same.
I know that you made love to Betty 4 times last year.
That's defamation. I'm gonna have to sue you, sir. Where do you live? You sound like you live down under. I'm gonna have to send you a cease and desist first.
I live in New Zealand. I'd say your chances of suing me
New
is
Zealand. Holy fuck! I don't want to go there. There's some dangerous creatures there. Holy fuck! You got that bird that like kills people. That giant fuck. What do they call that? That bird that you can't turn your back on there. It's like it looks like an ostrich, but it's fucking meaner.
Yeah, no, I think you're tripping, but that's okay.
It could be.
I'm in New Zealand, so like when I see in America, I just assume it's fake to start with. You know what I'm saying? So I look at Bighorn Betty. To me, it's like the Jerry Springer show. And it's like, at some stage, some guy with a fake uniform and a fake badge is going to come out and arrest her in a fake arresting thing. You know what I mean? It's so ridiculous that a woman like her can get away with what she's doing. So, to me, it's pretty much entertainment.
Yeah, but the problem is the woman is just a piece of shit, garbage human being.
Are you rolling weed on my screen?
Oh my god! Oh my god!
You told me you were sober.
This guy's not. Oh my god! Yeah, and I was talking. Someone's correcting me. It was the cassuraries. Cassuraries.
For fuck's sake! I'm wearing a tie.
Can you
wearing a tie?
Listen, I mean, like you got to do a live stream next to a cassowary.
I turn my camera off, you bitches. I turn my camera off.
Dude, you're all right. It was very entertaining.
I heard cassowaries are very friendly. You can pet them. You can actually turn your back on them. You should really check them out. Great animals there in New Zealand.
What the hell is your photo?
Oh my god! And you said that, and you were yelling at me that you weren't a troll. You were like, "I'm not a troll."
Hey,
I'm not a troll.
I am a member of the New Zealand law enforcement. I am a speedo cop. So you guys cut that shit out. I'm a speedo cop. We patrol the beaches and the foreshores. And because of our job, we wear speedo. So there's nothing funny about that.
All right. It's called a MOA bird.
Yeah, it's not a good bird to go near.
There's nothing funny about a man wearing a speedo to work. You Americans are crazy.
We usually like boxers. We like room. Let's just say that much. You know what I mean? Like, not comfortable, sir. That doesn't seem very comfortable.
I mean, we are talking about a guy who's wearing a tie with a graveyard backdrop while he's rolling up a fat doobie.
Yeah. Were you hanging out with Nick the Hat, by the way? I'm just wondering.
Nick
in the graveyard
is such a fraud. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. A guy like that with fraud convictions goes to prison, gets out, commits the same offense again, goes to prison, gets out again, and people still follow him on TikTok and YouTube. What the fuck's going on in America?
Well, you can't blame only Americans because there's a lot of British people watch him too. So you gotta blame the world.
World Wide Web, sir.
World Wide Web. Not all the problems in the world is because of America. Okay, we
like Crocs and fast food, but that's our biggest crime.
I think that's true. Not all the problems in America are caused and the world are caused by America. Probably most of them, but not all of them. I don't want to say too much. I don't want to say too much. There's probably some Americans listening to this. I'm going to be very quiet.
You think so? There's a possibility.
Okay. Oh shit, we got this guy here. We got another troll. I think you should ban this guy, this next guy that just came up. He's a troll.
Just drop them all.
Drop them all. Drop all these trolls. What the hell's going on here?
Yeah, what you gonna do with me?
Listen, were you guys sent by Betty to stop this?
Oh, to disrupt. Yeah, confuse and disrupt. That's why I'm here.
Listen, you better not put any overlays over here, you know. Like Tony said, he said he was overlaid. No overlays around here.
Jay will have us hacked up.
Yeah, absolutely.
Computer genius.
I do think Crocs would look good with his Speedo. Sportsman.
I can't believe you're still goddamn with the Crocs. Like, the Crocs are horrible.
Did you just say that Crocs go good with a Speedo?
Well, Cheesy said it, but I agree. It would work out well.
Cheesy,
word.
Cheesy, I've seen Cheesy. She has SpongeBob Crocs with little pins in them. Yeah, she has like pins in them now.
Tell us more.
Well, they're called gibbets. And they're actually that's how you personalize your Crocs, which is fun. The fun part about it, right? Gives your personality.
It's a blast.
You can change it seasonal.
To be honest with you, if I see a person with whatever you just said, that kind of tells me to stay away from them. Be like, okay, let me just walk the other side, across the street. It's like, okay, this person might have some problems.
But you might look down and be like, oh my gosh, you got I don't know, Dog's Book as a gibbet. I like Dog's Book, and then you find out you have something in common.
I don't like Dog's Book. I read it. It sucks. It's a terrible book.
Is it a gibbet or a giblet?
Gibbet. What is the end result of the book? What bankruptcy mentioned? Anything good?
Yeah, you know the usual. I read like about 170 pages of it, and I was like, this book is terrible, and I just stopped.
How the hell could you do that?
This book is terrible.
I don't understand how you could care enough to even try to start it.
I mean, the beginning intro was interesting, but the thing is, I got from it is he has a savior complex. He thinks he's going to be a preacher, that he's going to preach to millions.
Well, he's 72, isn't he?
He's like
I
in his
feel like that already started.
It's like TRev thinking he's going to be a rapper. Like the time has come and gone.
Yeah. And he thinks, and he thinks God has basically chosen him for everything. And that everything, and he's like kind of a messiah figure, and like an angel personally talked to him on a plane while he was drunk. I take in that, and the problem is he doesn't want to talk about anything negative because he doesn't want to bring that to light. And he doesn't want to actually talk about things that could be, like he's in denial of anything that's negative. I don't know. It's just he kind of reminds me of a child. It's like his
I love
mentality is
people like that.
Yeah.
It's always downplay anything that's bad, play up the stuff that's good. And
it's like
some people don't understand though, man. Some people, a lot of people actually, even on here, they take any criticism or anything that's not praised as like a personal attack. It's really, really weird. I don't know if they think they're perfect or what, but shit, I screw up all day, every day. I mean, I don't know.
I mean, like, I think you can learn more from your failures than your success. You know what I mean? I think that's the most important thing. And people that just, simply ignore their failures and ignore the bad things are often missing the point of the bad things. If you survive it, it's a good thing. In nature, you do a mistake, you die. In our world, you do a mistake, you can recover. You can actually just, I lose a little money or I lose a little time. That's simple as that. And I think people need to realize that. It's like you need to learn from your lessons. And unfortunately, I think Dog doesn't really learn from his lessons. Unfortunately, he's still doing the same mistakes over and over again.
Yeah, well, something about the mullet and the Native American Howley thing, and
come on, guys, are we going to talk about Dog? He's an actor.
Yeah.
Listen, you don't believe? Listen, you're just jealous that we have Dog the Bounty Hunter. Who do you have as a bounty hunter in New Zealand?
We got speedo cops, man. They don't fuck around. They're not running around pretending that.
Like, where's your bounty hunter TV show?
We don't have one. We're not that fake.
Listen, no, it's just that you don't have Dog the Bounty Hunter. You wish you had Dog the Bounty Hunter. He'd be like chasing after.
It's a TV show.
There's only like 30 people that lives there. I mean, and it's a fucking island. Where's anybody going to go if they need to run?
To be honest with you, I would never want to go to that island. That island's the most deadliest creatures around that place. All like deadly creatures. I don't want to be anywhere near it. That's just.
I wrote in the back chat that I was running to the restroom, and our friend up here, Kiwi, said, "I bet you are. I'm a very attractive man."
Oh my god! Kick this motherfucker. You know the worst creature in New Zealand is the magpie. The magpie is the worst.
Well, I can tell you what the worst creature down under is. That's the damn koala bear.
Or the great whites that just hang out there. It's like literally a death trap. All that area is death trap.
And all the spiders are gigantic and everything's just ugh.
Well, yeah, but the funnel webs are amazing creatures. Those things are incredible. If you ever see the webs they make, and I mean they're awesome.
Magpies are the most vindictive motherfucking birds you'll ever see on. Like they literally will teach their babies. If you piss off the father, they'll literally teach the babies your face to fuck with you for 3 generations.
Okay, I hear you, but listen to this. Do you know that koalas don't nurse with milk? What do you think they feed their young?
Their poop.
Yep. The babies literally suck on their mother's butts.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, no, this is a real thing. I couldn't believe this. I saw a documentary. These are the most disgusting creatures on earth. You wouldn't believe how bad these damn things are. I can't with them.
And what does that?
Koala bears.
Well, they're still cute.
Not people thinking they're cute. These damn things over there. I'm not even going to get into it on panel, but they're gross as hell and dumb. They're so dumb. If you pull the leaves that they eat off of a tree and give it to them, they cannot recognize it as food. That's how stupid they are.
What do you have against koala bears? This sounds
like what's your problem? Are you having a problem with Ellie? Ellie's a koala bear.
I can't believe this.
Watch a documentary on them and then get back to me.
This is so discriminatory. And
I know, like I can't stand the hate.
New Zealand is apparently not in Europe.
Yes, I know.
Message from the chat.
Australia. That's near Australia.
Well, there you go.
Yep, Aussies and Kiwis.
They're in danger and hard to find. Well, because SS has like a hate boner against them. I've never heard somebody speak so with such disdain towards koala bears.
Yeah, well, man, I don't want to be with such a hateful person on this panel.
Nobody knows anything about them.
Like I can't stand the hate, man. This is all koala bears are equal. What's your problem?
Oh, they're equally terrible, all right.
This is terrible. I can't stand this hatred. This is terrible. Ellie, did you hear this hatred towards you? She's a koala bear. You hate Ellie. It's terrible.
Oh, what's que sera? She's laughing.
Hey,
she
Granny.
What's up?
I'm not going to put my picture up anymore because women keep on putting laughing emojis in the chat.
They're not laughing at you. Oh, wait. All right. So this just in directly from the source. The Proudfoots have not taken any legal action against Nick the Hat. None.
Shocker.
We have not taken an RO or any legal action out against Nick. I told you guys he's an agitator. He's purposely talking shit and running his mouth.
Is my mic any better now?
Yeah, was there something wrong with it to begin with?
Everybody always tells me when I'm up here that they can't hear me, but I knew that they didn't do anything against him.
That's because I turn you guys down. I'm sorry.
Oh.
I turn everybody down when they jump up.
That's not the first. That's not the first time a woman's made that one thing.
Turned you down when you jumped up.
Yeah, exactly.
I figured as much. Right, he's a troublemaker and a shit stirrer. So absolutely not. They have not put any legal restrictions on him like they're stating they did. What liar! What a liar! That's kind of infuriating.
Yeah, it is, but it makes sense with this whole thing. Just anybody that would walk behind someone with tape on their mouth, like going in and out of frame for 15 minutes. I mean, that's just utterly ridiculous.
Totally weird, theatrical, stupid.
Yep. Like performance art.
I can't believe that.
You can't believe he lied about it.
Well, I can, but and then for Jennifer Coffindaffer to reinstate that as factual and make those bold claims.
Well, she's awful. I don't care what anybody says. She's a joke. I mean,
listen,
She's a total joke.
I liked her. She, I say this again. Sometimes she feels like a nut. Sometimes she don't. She did okay coverage with the whole Karen Reed stuff, but like the thing is, like she's like, I don't know. It's like I don't know if she has like an evil twin or something, or she's like some days she doesn't take pills or something like that. But like sometimes she sounds reasonable and she sounds like a person, and then sometimes she sounds like a nut job.
Right.
Look, Tim. There's a good reason why the FBI fired her. She's completely mad. She's insane. She was saying Nick the Hat and TRev are good sources on the ground.
Oh my God.
TRev went there and he stole Seb's wannabe girlfriend. What's his name? Sean. Stole his wannabe girlfriend. And
no, that was his girlfriend.
He's on patrol. He's on parole. He can't even go down there. So it's completely ridiculous.
No, that was actually that was his girlfriend. TRev did steal his girlfriend. Michaela was dating Seth, and that was the whole reason why Tony's gone after TRev. Because
from fucking she went from the big boss man down to Pee Wee Herman. Disgusting. So disgusting I can't say anymore.
Well, for me, I don't know. Sometimes isn't good enough. There's so many people that are covering these cases and stuff. I don't know. When somebody is sometimes as off as she is, I just dismiss them all the time.
Yeah. Coffindaffer, you got some work to do. We're going to have you come around here and have a talk. We're going to have to take you to the office. This is going to be the principal's office, Coffindaffer. We're going to take you to the principal's office.
Yeah.
Talk with you.
I agree also with Pika that the dude's PO officer probably told him to set his stupid ass down. And what he's talking about next Thursday is he's got to go in for his monthly meeting.
With the parole. He probably has to check in weekly, to be honest. It probably is weekly. But so somebody did mention in chat, Tiffany. I know Tiffany's calling out these Flipboard things. I don't know what you want me to call out about it, but I think, I'm not going to lie, I think she has a fair point. I know people don't want to hear that, but she's claiming that she did some math and wait to see what she has to say, I guess. I don't know, but and when things like that are done, they should be done through like PayPal fundraising where people can see the amount going in to match the amount going out. I don't think anybody thought that far ahead. I think everybody's intentions were good. As you're breathing so heavy into the mic.
I'm breathing.
Are you okay? Are you okay, sir?
Can we help you?
Do you need me to call for help for you, sir?
Do you need the what is it over here? The speedo police?
No, I turned on this.
You need mouth to mouth
on these
you need mouth
to see if it would help.
You need mouth to mouth from the speedo police. I heard they do good resuscitation.
He's coming in with the Crocs. But yeah, so I don't know. Listen, TM doesn't have a point as she wrote a fake. Well, I agree with that. I don't know what, I don't know what's going to come of it. It's not my business. I think everybody's intents were great. I don't think anybody did this with the intent of, I'm going to make a lot of money. But I do think it's fair to request seeing the amount that came in to compare it to the amount that went out. That's all. I think it's
I think you're always going to have a problem because the fact is that number one, if it's like it came in as super chats or anything like that or money, you're going to have to take money aside for. If it came in as super chats, number one, or like so there's going to be a cut from the platform that's going to take. Right. Then you're going to have taxes. You're going to have
taxes are the thing.
Yeah. And then you're going to have to calculate taxes. So it's never going to be like people think like, it's $22,000 given. Well, $22,000 plus whatever is taken from the platform plus taxes is what you're probably going to get. And
and I saw that TM said that she added up like the super chats. Well, super chats, again, you're taking up to 40% out plus the taxes on it. So you really can't just add that up at face value and think you came to a final, price.
Yeah. It's just, it's a problem. It's like, it's a little tough, but I think a lot of people just basically did that out of, good, they were trying to help out. And it's like, it's tough because I don't, you can't really plan ahead for things like that. Like when Barbecue Lady was talking about the 22,000, they thought they were going to raise like $1,000 or something like that, something very low. And then suddenly it's like, it's $22,000. It just came out of nowhere, You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
she better have like 11 grand set aside for them taxes. I don't know exactly what the figure is, but I know it's going to be high.
Yeah, well, it's probably going to be, since she's got dependents, so it's probably going to be, she's going to be in the, you know, a good like a little bit better of a tax bracket. But yeah, she's probably going to have to pay like 20%.
I just wasn't sure on with donations how much it was.
Yeah, that's actually not true, because Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, you can write them off as gifts, so you don't claim taxes on that.
Okay. Yeah, but still, like, if I was her, I would definitely put aside a good chunk of money
just to be safe.
Yeah.
Wait, you can take in $22,000 a gift?
It wasn't 22,000 like in a big sum, so it'd be like 50 here, 100 there, 200 there.
Yeah,
anything under 600, you're safe.
Yeah, gifts are considered tax free. Like, for instance, if you made a PayPal pool right now.
Yeah, no, I know gifts are. But that's just a lot of money I was thinking to funnel through and claim no tax on as gifts.
Well,
you're already look suspicious.
Well, the people giving you the money have already paid the taxes on it.
Well, I know, but we always pay taxes multiple times. Shit, go make an investment and see how many times you pay taxes.
You're preaching to the choir. I've invested in the stock markets and had to pay lots of money, lots and lots of money, unfortunately.
Yeah, they hit it everywhere they can.
That's why, like, when I was doing a lot of oh, I'm going to buy a stock here and then sell it like towards the afternoon, I was like, man, I'm not making a lot of money with this. Like, I'm making very little. And then now I just look at stocks for like year long, because then I can get capital gains tax rate. And that's the whole reason.
Yeah, I'm a broker, like commodity broker.
Oh shit, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, so I'm pretty involved with it myself.
Yeah, taxes are fucking crazy. Crazy.
For sure.
It's only up to a certain amount, but if it's transferred out.
Can I say something, Granny? I'm sorry, Granny. There's a lady here called Burden of Proof. Absolutely outstanding lady. And I have to agree. I used to like Coffindaffer back in the old days, when she first sort of came out with a big fiery hair like a lion and stuff. But I find it completely disgusting now. She's like a fraud. There's something wrong with her. The things she says is so stupid, and the people she backs are complete frauds, like Nick the Creep and TRev. So, Burden of Proof, I love you, baby, and there's my response.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
She's a big
I
fan
don't
of
know what just happened.
I love you, baby, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
She did only call out. You're right.
I got limited love for you, mate.
No one's got love for me.
At least you weren't told Queen Bee. You're like the child of Queen Bee. At least that's so. Just saying. I'm still hurt. My feelings are still hurt. It's terrible.
Well, mate, you need to reevaluate where you sit and all this stuff. You know what I mean?
Oh my God, you guys, my heart's broken.
There is no way Nick is Dog's manager. They're all just corrupt little wannabes, or has-beens, and it's all corrupt.
Well, didn't he put up $20,000 for that that guy that came to that was on the run from Mississippi?
75. I think it was 75,000 they offered in that.
Yeah, but I'm saying him personally.
They're not going to pay it. The conditions they put on all that shit. If you read the conditions on Nick's page or whatever, if you can find it, it's so ridiculous. They basically need someone to be arrested of doing foul play and a body recovered.
So you're saying that
there's going to be no reward.
So you're saying that it has to be foul play for him to get money, basically? If the kid was for instance,
if you read the conditions are basically like they need a tip that leads to the recovery of a body or a live person. But basically, the conditions of the reward are so convoluted that you'd need a perfect crime to be resolved. You know what I mean? It's just so stupid. They're not going to pay anything. If anything happens, they're not going to pay anything.
I agree with that. They didn't pay anything in their last offer either. It was the same
sure.
situation. What was that escaped? That's who they were covering before. It's Zimmerman. And they weren't getting much traction over there either. They
I
offer
don't know much about that
75,000.
one.
Well, it's the same thing. Oh, up at night media, along with, you know, so and so are offering you know, another reward of 75K based on these. It's all BS. They never had to pay it. They'll never pay. They know the odds of them ever paying. It'd be like if I came out right now and said I'm offering 20,000. It doesn't mean anything.
Indeed. But what we need is the Speedo police on this.
Absolutely, I agree.
You know, they could be way further along than we know. I mean, Kodo pointed out a few amazing things to me, and I've been a proponent of like a third person theory in a grooming type situation for a while, you know, but she says that the last sighting that Katie had was on the 25th at bedtime, and we know that the flyer says he went missing on the 26th. So it's kind of like a low key way of law enforcement, you know, saying that they don't think anything's going on there when you read it a certain way. And you can also tell about the disappearance because they didn't set up roadblocks. They didn't put out APVs. We never got a vehicle description. So that says a lot. And then also a lot of people miss in the dispatch audio at 10:09 a.m. that morning, one of the neighbors reported a sighting of him coming out of the construction zone with a phone in his hand, and the neighbor tried to speak to him and he turned around and ran back into it. So, you know, that sighting alone is well after when Katie saw him. So, I mean, I think a lot of people just want to talk about the bullshit and the drama, and they don't want to talk about the baseline facts that sort of overturn most of the hate that goes on in this case.
Yeah, that's true. By the way, just a sidebar, Granny. There's a video that just came out from that channel, True Crime, True Crama, and it actually has a side-by-side comparison of TRev from 6 months ago to 2 days ago. And it's
I
pretty
see
interesting.
this. Yeah. Hold on. Let me get it.
46, by the way. It's True Crama. It's channel.
SS is in the way. Hold on. Let me put that back. All right.
Yeah, get me out the way.
Get you out the way here.
Move
So
me right on.
this is very, you know, I mean, look at what's going on with TRev. Look at the difference there.
The Faces of Crack. Fantastic. Update.
Disavow.
Yeah, spare your hate. Hold on. Let's watch it and hear it before you get all angry.
Ongoing investigation behind the scenes right now. That's exactly why I'm thinking that. I'm thinking that there is an ongoing investigation against mom. And they're trying to connect the dots, and I think that they want to put everything out together
before they, and they, I mean,
that is drastic.
Can we move to a different case? We've been moved to a different case. What are you talking about? We were talking about Wade Wilson, boring as fuck. We were talking about. I've talked about a ton of different cases. Tell me a case right now that I'm gonna get interested in, and I'll entertain it. But at the same time, what case has me sucked in like the Sebastian Rogers case? Because that case still has me sucked in. I took a break.
Something got you sucked in, sir.
Yeah, and he lost teeth. Look at his fucking teeth.
I asked you that. I said, did anybody else notice that his teeth are missing?
Crazy Beach, she's got it. I wouldn't say that, but I've been saying that for months and months and months.
I'm asking.
Now we can see it all plain as day.
I'm asking about his teeth, though. He did definitely miss. You know, he lost teeth, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's a symptom.
So I wonder, I guess where they're at too, it's probably, it couldn't be from getting in a fight. More than likely it's from a little chemical help.
No. He'd lose teeth in the front.
Yeah. No, I know. I've had them knocked
Those
out
teeth
before.
in the side, I lost them all, and that wasn't from meth, but it was from bad habits and shit. But he's gone, mate. He's gone.
I've never lost any from bad habits, but
just to clarify again, it doesn't have to be meth. It doesn't have to be crack. It could be paint. There's so many different drugs that it could be. So let's not make allegations that we know without a doubt that it's drug usage and it's this drug. We just don't know.
I just noticed. I'm just going to make an observation. He looks worse than he did 6 months ago. I'm not going to say that he was on drugs.
For sure.
But I'll say that he looks worse and he's missing teeth. And you make your own judgment on that.
I'd be willing to take a stab at what it is, but I also,
I mean,
No
his eyes are glassy. You can see the redness around his nose. I mean, you can see the drastic change in him for sure.
Taylor,
Yeah.
It looks like he's lost a lot of weight. He doesn't look healthy. Like the one 6 months ago, he looked healthy. He was overweight a little bit, but he looked healthy.
Is Michaela
Hey,
still kicking it with him?
guys?
Yeah, that's where he lives.
I've seen 80-year-old men aged 6 months and look better than that.
Yeah.
That's true.
I mean, it's obvious something's going on. I'm just saying, let's not place an actual substance with it when we have no facts to back it.
Yeah, no, I
there's no facts, and I've written a couple of songs about them, and I make no allegations of that.
Okay.
Also, make sure you send your lawsuit to Kiwi. Kiwi is the person you want to sue.
Yeah, the man up here with the Speedo. Go after him.
Go after him. I am just an opinion, and I think he looks worse than he did 6 months ago. That's my opinion.
100%.
Well, and of course he comes back and he goes with the same thing, like, "Oh, I hope it's not cancer. I hope it's not cancer." I mean, come on, stop it.
Maybe he got into a fight with Seth Rogers. They like met in the back of a fucking Chili's, and they just got into a fist fight, and he just got beat up by Seth. Seth was like, "Listen, you trying to steal my girl?"
Maybe Seth wants that 12K back.
He's like, "Yo, I have to beat the shit out of you, bro." And he beat him up, and now he's come back. That's probably what happened.
There's a very good chance of that.
That's a joke, by the way, just in case someone tries to clip me or something like that. That was a joke.
Yeah. I mean, that's something we can agree on. Whatever the cause, he looks horrible. And, I don't want to knock anybody that I do believe to be an active addiction. I do hope that is the cause, that he is able to wake up and realize it before it's too late. I mean, this is drastic.
Oh,
it's a drastic change.
That's why you bring it up to start with.
He's not going to wake up. He's lie, griff.
I mean, that's the whole point of bringing stuff. Like, a lot of people think you just do it to hate on someone, but when I say things like that, it's the direct opposite. I hope that they improve or get better.
That would make more sense that he had fake teeth before and he's just not wearing them now, probably because they no longer fit his mouth, because he has drastically, I don't know if that's how that works, but just a guess here. But that would make sense.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Like, it could be weight loss medication, someone says, but honestly, first off, never take weight loss medications.
No, he was shocked by his own weight loss. He said it himself. He was shocked by it. So if he was taking weight loss, he wouldn't be shocked. And I'm sorry, but weight loss doesn't make your eyes glassy, your nose red, your eyes red.
Not unless they're giving him Vyvanse or Adipex by the case for this.
Yeah, and also making your teeth fall out, doesn't help.
Yeah, there's just. It's sad to see this, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree. For anybody.
I mean, and we saw the same thing before with Cam and Allie, and everybody denied it then too. And it's like, there's some things you don't just ignore and deny. There's some things that you just have to have your eyes open to. And this is a guy that's coming out saying, once again, I need your money to start a business avenue. Oh yeah, he definitely had fake teeth up there.
Look at the state of it. It's just.
Well, we're not celebrating the state, but you can tell he had fake teeth because these ones are they're shaven down, so he had a partial put on. Yeah. You see what I was saying?
Well, the guy did do. He did spirit things, whatever, on his fake radio with his fake pre-recorded calls, pretending it was deceased girls and whatever.
I mean, he's done shitty things.
I have a problem feeling sorry for him now because I actually see this as karma. Tell the truth.
I don't. I respectfully disagree.
The thing with any of this is all this stuff will help a person find a bottom. And anybody who's been through the addiction cycle knows that getting to a state of reasonableness is the first step to changing. And the only way you're going to do that is through pain. Nobody that's an addict that has everything taken care of in their life is going to go like, hey, you know what? Let me stop what I've been doing for years today and totally change my life. So, what people call criticism or hate or these things, it can be very, very helpful because it's completely possible. And you see it all the time with enablers loving someone into their own grave. And,
yeah.
Yeah,
look what had Cam and Allie. What I mean? Everyone was loving on them, and It only helped them get worse and worse.
That's how it always goes. I've watched it in my own family and begged people, you're killing them. Please stop. It's not love. What love is to say no, cut them off, and tell them it's a problem.
I mean, like, personally, I think the guy's a piece of shit, but he has kids, so I feel bad for his kids. So I'm hoping that he gets better for his kids in the end of the day. And that's the one thing I feel bad for.
The thing about addiction is addiction is not somebody's problem. It's their solution to whatever their problem really is. And so often the pain that people deal with from childhood or even from adulthood that cause them to be addicts, when they address their addiction, the point is to get at that problem and deal with this. And it can be really amazing the turnaround that some folks makes whenever they really address, instances of trauma or grief or things like that. So he could have a totally different person inside there that's just so clouded by pain. And I really hope for his sake and his kids and anybody out there that's suffering that they get the opportunity to address that stuff and be who they really are. That's my take.
Mm-hmm.
It was sort of a time bomb, really.
Yeah.
Yep. But anywho, not looking good for Mr. TRev. Let's hope he gets better.
Looking horrible for Mr. TRev.
Mr. TRev, you need
and it explains all the dramatics too. Like, my phone was hacked, and so it wasn't me. My phone was hacked, and then like addicts always have the passing the buck responsibility to buck to somebody else. Then it was I was hacked out of my account. That's why you didn't see me all summer. Oh, now I got my account back. Hey, give me money. I'm setting up this scheme and blah blah blah. Like it's just all very much in line.
Yep. And it's all ultimately enabling him to continue to do what we're looking at on the screen here.
Yeah, I'm worried that.
I disagree.
It's something that had to happen, though. Something that had to happen.
He lost his whole YouTube career thing.
Yeah, he got fucked. He basically got exposed for fucking faking things, and he was in the high of his high. He was getting tons of views, tons of money. One point, he was making almost $20,000 a month, and then suddenly it all disappeared overnight because he got exposed by a few people. I think Granny, Queen, a bunch of people exposed this guy for being a piece of shit, and then like suddenly he disappeared from the internet and made up some bullshit excuse. I'm hanging out with my kids.
Yeah, I was hacked. I'm hanging out with my kids. I'm just living my best life. Yeah.
There's something we're missing here. For 2 years, he said he didn't have any kids. He wanted to see DNA tests.
He wanted DNA testing, yeah.
And he denied them. And then when it became fortunate to him, he decided he wanted to see them again and try and exploit them to make more money.
Yeah.
So I have no empathy for that.
That's true.
Yeah, well, he did that on purpose. And like, the sad thing is now that he owed a lot of money to child support. I don't know if he paid it recently, but he owed like a lot of money to child support. A lot.
Yeah. The reason I'm pointing out his teeth is his ex did say that he had fake teeth. You can tell that these ones are grinded down, therefore they're fake. He doesn't have his fake teeth, and he didn't just lose teeth.
It makes a lot of sense because
I mean, you can see here they're shaven down. These teeth, they're there.
Yeah.
1, 2, they're all there. They're shaven down, which means he likely had a partial put on them, and he's just not wearing the partial. So no, he didn't lose teeth in 6 months.
How about the bottom teeth? The bottom teeth are fucked up.
Oh, they're messed up too?
Yeah, the bottom teeth are fucked up too.
They're bunched up.
He likely had missing bottom teeth. The top ones are the ones you worry about because that's what's part of your smile.
Yeah.
So he's likely just not wearing his partial anymore.
Yeah, but he looks pale.
My teeth are completely messed up, but I'm 55 years old. And hello.
Wait a minute.
Hello.
55? I thought you were 95.
Yeah, you fucking wish you'd fucking grandpa.
Well, according to the internet, I'm a 65-year-old man. That's So according to the internet. So I'm with you. We're both in retirement home.
I'm only 37, so.
Jessica Wallace, of course you can have infections to lose teeth, Lord. But we're not just talking about lost teeth here. So don't come in the chat insulting us like we don't know what we're talking about. If we're just talking about lost teeth, yeah, sure, okay. It was likely a tooth infection. He lost all of his teeth in 6 months. Sure, okay, fine. But that's not the only problem here. We just listed a ton of different reasons.
Yeah, look at the difference.
The same comment.
6 months ago, he has a tan, he looks healthy, he has a healthy weight on him, he doesn't look like a skeleton. And the other one, he's pale, he looks like a skeleton.
Right.
Like, hey,
there's
look,
a lot of differences, not just
let's consider the fact he recovered from cancer 3 or 4 years ago 25 times, and now it looks worse. So, you know, do the math.
So light that makes his eyes look like two different colors. It's not just the light, and it's also one's glassy, one isn't. You can't tell me on the right side of the screen, might be on the left on yours. I don't know. You can't tell me you don't see the glassiness in his eyes.
Well, to be fair, I've never followed this guy, so I don't know all this stuff from the past. But just this, I mean, it seems pretty clear to me that there's a whole lot of things going on that would indicate what we've been talking about, way more so than any infection.
Right. And the fact that he can't sit still, he's up there, he's, hopping around, he's going off cam, coming on cam, he's wiping his nose, he's sniffling, there's a lot of different things. Right. The 2 lighters in his hands, the droopiness, all of it. There's accumulation of things here.
Yeah.
Hey, look, let's be honest. Here's Nick Rakita on Nick's worst day.
Let's be real. I mean, TRev's done a lot of bad things, but he's not as bad as fucking Nick Rakita. Rakita's pretty fucked up. Like, he's, even the spirit boxes, it's not as bad as that guy.
The spirit box, the accusing the deceased victims of being involved in cartels, going after the parents of the deceased victims.
Yeah, but Nick Rakita gave cocaine to his child.
Dude, what beat him?
Allegedly.
Yeah. No, it's not allegedly. Wait. That's not allegedly. There was a test that came out in court documents that said that that kid would have to have a daily use of 3 times a week of cocaine.
Oh, I didn't see that report.
Yeah,
I just seen that it came back positive.
My God.
Yes, there was a report from they did a test and they found that she would have to be an average use. So yeah, Nick Rakita is a piece of shit. He also had orgies with a couple in the bedroom.
Yeah,
and with his kids outside, they were not being fed properly, and they had disheveled clothes. And like, he's fighting any sort of cam footage to show inside his house because he's trying to say like, oh, I didn't, my house wasn't that bad. Nick is a terrible, like I don't like TRev, but TRev is nowhere near bad as Nick.
Nick's 20 years older than TRev, and they look the same. What's going on?
You're saying look, you're comparing looks. I get it.
Yeah, okay,
right.
I get what you're saying. Yeah.
Look wise, fine. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I wasn't. Yeah, definitely wasn't trying to imply that on you, Kiwi. I just was shocked to hear what he said. I mean, to me, that's like as low as you could possibly get. I mean, if your kids got drugs like that in their system, especially he said daily use. I mean, my God.
I have to pull up the report, but it was a lot they did. Like,
I knew a girl like that back in the day whose mom started giving her dope at 12 so that she would clean the house and stuff. I mean, just dooming somebody. That's as low as it can get.
Yeah. I mean, and the guy is a piece of shit. He also had a gun under his bed that wasn't locked in a safe. He has multiple kids in his house. And the thing is, the guy was a multimillionaire, Nick. He could easily have bought a drug house to do all his orgies and drugs at, but he chose to do it in his house. Didn't get his maid, his supposed maid, was part of the orgies.
Yeah. That's I don't even know what to say to that.
Yeah, he's a horrible person.
That's living, eh? That's living, except for the kids. They got a shit life, but Nick, dirty old.
Well, Nick's not going to be good living when he goes to jail. Like, I hope he goes to jail. I don't know if he's going to jail, but he might go to jail.
I'm sure he is.
He's got to.
Speaking of going to jail, I can't believe Jennifer Soto's not going to jail. After listening to all of her police interviews and the amount of time she, actually admits that she knew something was going on, and yet she's still getting away with that. Oh, my goodness.
I didn't know that. I haven't got to listen to all of it yet, but I haven't heard her admitting that she knew it was going on.
Well, I mean, she admits it in certain ways. Like, my biggest fear was that, he's going to groom her, and at 18, she's going to run off with him. And,
oh my God.
I sent them to sleep together. And, there's even a text from her that says she can no longer sleep in bed with us I'm getting nervous or something like that. She fucking knew.
So she was using her almost like a pawn or something to keep dude around from the way you're
Sounds like
making it
it.
sound.
Sounds like she was
Jesus.
jealous of her is what it came down to.
Oh my God.
Absolutely jealous of her own 12-year-old, just newly turned 13-year-old daughter. She was jealous.
Makes me sick.
And she admits that she hasn't been sexual with him, and she admits that. I mean, there's so many things that she said
God
the
help.
Woody Allen effect. Yeah, I put a short video on it. Absolutely disgusting.
Well, there was that one case where the dad and the woman had given up their kid for adoption, and then she met him at like 18, and he did
I
that
seen that
shit,
too.
you know? I mean, it's just so.
But this is different. She's saying that I was afraid that he was going to groom Maddie, and at 18, they were going to run off in love together.
Yeah.
That's on top of everything else. There's just so many signs that she knew.
Well, then, yeah, she should definitely be. So did they give her a deal or something? Is that
They
what's
did.
up? Or okay.
They
Well,
did.
Then yeah.
I'm sorry about that, Jessica. I have lost my teeth from infection. I understand. I felt like trolls come in. I apologize if I misunderstood. Here's the thing, though. She's not a reliable source, Rowena. She lied so many times that she's not a reliable witness on the state. And anybody who puts her on the stand, they can interrogate the shit out of her because she lies so many times. So I don't know. I don't think she's a reliable source. I mean, she was given a deal, and we'll see what happens. I don't know. Yeah, she has partial immunity. So maybe after they trial him, they'll come back and get her. I hope.
Surely so. I mean, that's unimaginable.
They can't use her statements against her, but they can use the third party. We'll see. Well, fingers crossed.
This and the Rakisha thing has just got my whole morning messed up now. I don't even know how to process that.
Yeah, it's all gross. Hey, Kashmir, good morning.
I'm gonna hop down. I appreciate you letting me up as always.
Absolutely. Thank you for coming up.
Yep. Take care, y'all.
Have a great day. I guess I'll go ahead and wrap it up too. We have our community day today. They do like all the fenders and the food and the moon bounces, all the fun stuff, and kids are looking forward to that.
Well, you have a good day.
You as well. Thank you for coming up. And so just so we're clear, he meant mining crypto, mining digital money.
Yes. Well, that's technically not digital money. Like it's a little bit. It's a greater fool theory. I don't really trust crypto too much. So that's
unreal. So he comes back looking like this, and he has this new grand plan, and he needs your donations to get it through.
Yeah, that's what worries me, because it's like I'm wondering if it's like, hey, give me money for an investment, wink, wink, and then the money goes somewhere else.
Right.
Catch my drift.
Yeah, because his money has slowed down significantly. His views have slowed down, tremendously.
Yeah, and this whole thing about a loan thing, that's why I say if this guy DMs you secretly and says, hey, I got a business opportunity for you for an investment, ignore and do not give this guy a dime. I'm telling you.
Who's it?
TRev. How can he get a business loan when he owes over $50K in child support?
I don't know.
I don't think he'll even get a business.
Come
I mean,
on.
obviously not. But
TRev was running a crypto scheme.
Well, no. He's asking. He has a new business plan for mining, and he's going to use that for homeless kids, and 15 to 25% of the revenue he's going to donate, and It was just a whole thing.
Sure. I'm sure that will happen. And this is not a situation where someone's going to get fucking money bamboozled out of them in a fake investment.
Please.
I'm sure.
Hey, Steven. That's what she said, Patricia. Jennifer Soto texted Steven and said she can't sleep with me. I can't risk it anymore.
Jesus Christ. Well,
that woman knew.
Well, there's a special place in hell for people like that. So just my thoughts. I mean, she might not deal with the consequences in, this world, but she'll probably deal with the consequences in the next. So.
Oh, she'll be haunted for life. I mean, she's going to be like Casey Anthony. She's going to be like, Michaela, or what's her name? Montgomery. She'll never live a free life. People are always going to know Jennifer Soto is the woman that failed her daughter and basically served her on a platter. She'll never live a life where she can just walk through the streets freely. She will see like street justice, no doubt. If she doesn't go to jail.
Yeah. Well, maybe she'll go to jail. Who knows? We'll see. I don't know.
Well, I hope so.
Disgusting. But anyway, you have a good one. Bye.
You as well. Thank you. You cannot get a loan with past child support. I don't think you can. I don't think you can. Not when you owe $50,000 in past child support. There's no way he's getting a business loan. And he's being hacked and all these things. I mean, come on. Whose YouTube gets hacked? What are the odds of that? You definitely can't get loan on paper at the top. Hell, you can't buy a house. Yeah, he's not getting a loan. You do loan. You're saying you can. You do loans for a living. I mean, what are the odds this guy's going to get a business loan at all? I just don't believe it. I think he's scheming like he always does, and yeah, it's obvious when you look at what we're seeing here. Anybody who's ever dealt with addiction or been through addiction, you can see what is happening here. And honestly, I can't. I'm not a fan of the guy. I know he's done some dirty deeds, but I do pray that he gets better. I do. I don't care how anybody feels about that. I own a business. Hell no. And then when it comes to Hung, again, there are very much racial undertones being used. And I think that needs to stop. We don't need to go at the guy because he's Chinese. I mean, there's other things. He's a shitty guy.
He's just a piece of shit. Doesn't matter whether it's Korean, Chinese, or whatever. He's got a perfectly round head. And he's full of shit. And that's all, all anyone needs to say. He's got a perfectly round head and it's completely full of shit.
He's the wrecking ball.
Anything else?
He's the wrecking ball that Nick wrote in on.
He's the Betty replacement.
Yeah. Yeah. Because nobody else is able to, they need each other.
Right. They are running a narrative, Granny.
Well, of course.
The Sean side are running a narrative. For some reason, there's a narrative coming from his side. It's completely bizarre. I haven't seen this in anything else. But Sean will not stop attacking the mother of his child. He's completely relentless. That Tony is a fundraiser. The whole thing is completely corrupt, and something's going to break very soon. And I can see that Sean fella been in a lot of trouble, in my opinion.
Yeah. Well, and again, we have confirmation that the Proudfoots have not put any legal action or restrictions on Nick the Hat. So when he's implying that it came from the Proudfoots, he's lying.
Oh, he's lying. He's in another state. He's a fraudster. That's his business, telling lies. He's been brought in by a. It's incredible the whole thing is happening. It's like from New Zealand, it looks like a movie or a book or something like that. But
yeah,
there's something really crazy going on over there.
Well, they weren't actually hired. They're not hired by anybody. They're two people with they're just somebody with YouTube channels that saw the views that people were getting. They wanted to copy the steps of JLR like they did with Danilo Cavalcante. And so they jumped in it. They lied to everybody, make themselves sound important by claiming that they were hired by a private entity and blah, blah, blah. But then Hong slipped up the other day and said, we're not being paid. We're not making money, but yet they're over there advertising their green light bulbs that they're making money through. So yeah, they are making money. They're frauds through and through. They're nothing more than some, they're agitators is what they are. They agitate the government. They agitate everybody, but they're liars. And they keep saying the Proudfoots muzzled them and they didn't. They're fucking liars. It never happened.
Absolutely. If they're being paid, they're being paid by Sean.
Yeah, and even that, but I doubt it because they're talking about how Seth has no money and Seth's run through, And then they said, you know what else they said? Seth is getting ready to.
Granny, look, you're going to get in a lot of trouble with me if you keep saying Seth.
Yeah, maybe I'll just kick you down so I can finish talking.
Dog said Sean.
Wow, Sean Seth. But we do know that Hong made a statement that Seth is getting ready to lose his job. Seth hasn't worked in 7 months.
Sean.
Right. Jennifer Coffindaffer is also close to Tony. Tony used to talk about how he talks to her daily. Right. And you can tell when she went on and pushed her stupid agenda that saying, oh, we're getting threats and threats of RAPE and we know where it's all coming from and blah, blah, blah. Was he absolutely? Do you have a minute to come up, Stephen? I'd love to hear. I know we keep hearing that, but I don't know if it's true. Don't worry, I'll kick down the Speedo police over here so we can have an adult conversation.
I'm a Speedo cop.
Speedo cop. Speedo cop.
Don't you kick me off, but don't disrespect me. Call me a Speedo cop.
I so apologize.
I don't know how. Is that Stephen Crabtree?
Yes.
Okay, I'll tell him to get off the Red Bulls. That's all I can say.
Off
Please,
the what?
bro. Get off the Red Bulls. It's common sense shit. He's on the Red Bulls. He's having tremors and all sorts of shit, and it's like, you know, I can't say any more clearer. Just get off it, mate. You know, like,
it's not that it's easier said than done, but I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, but it's like any other thing. You know, I mean, like, it's like water. If you're addicted to food or whatever you're addicted to, you need to cut down. So go to coffees, or get down to one coffee in the morning, and then you're okay. You know.
Yeah, it's that easy, guys. Oh boy, you're silly.
You know, I mean, yeah, caffeine's one of the easy ones. So, but anyway,
Steph did have an influx of money, but he also spent $12K of it on Michaela, and then what I found funny when Hung was saying the other day where Seth spent all his money. Seth was buying private investigators and blah blah blah. But when we asked Seth directly, Seth stated that the money went towards gas and flyers.
Yeah. When he couldn't drive his car because his shoulder was sore. Yeah. So drivers was like Michaela, and I don't know what else. Michaela, maybe.
Yeah, Michaela. Yeah, Red Bulls are really unhealthy. So what Kiwi's talking about is Steven shared the other day that, those of us who have addictive personality, we easily become addicted to things. And Red Bull is one of those substances that many people are addicted to, including myself. And when you don't have a Red Bull, you get a headache, you feel sick, blah, blah, blah. They're addictive. And Steven shared that he is addicted to Red Bull pretty much, which I appreciate his honesty, because a lot of people are. And it's easy when you get, when you have that personality to get addicted to things. But what we're seeing on the screen is a much further, more serious addiction, in my opinion. That is not Red Bull driven.
Yeah, no, it's more like White Bull.
White Bull.
Yeah.
That was hard to watch.
Yeah. No, it's pretty tough, eh? It's pretty hard. No, look, I got no problem with Stephen, but mate, probably just cut down the Red Bulls, really. Like, he's a lot younger than me and, more vigorous and all that. But, if you want to go out there and be high driven and high energy all day, bro, I'm not disrespecting you.
Well,
something that
you get to a point. You get to a point, Kiwi, where the Red Bull doesn't even give you energy anymore. It's not for the energy. It's the addictive part of it, which is likely the caffeine they put in this shit.
Well, he's saying it's a problem. And so all I'm saying is, bro, cut down the problem, like that's what it's like, you've acknowledged it. So unless you're going to cut it down, you're in denial. So all I can say to him is cut it down.
Right. Yeah. Again, easier said than done, but
and like he just put his addiction or his thing out in public. And so anyone who gives a fuck will actually say to him straight up, well then fucking drop it, or caffeine's a very hard thing. You can't really, it's like food, you can't really kick it, so what you need to do is cut it down, so you get to the point where at the end it's just one coffee in the morning. If you find caffeine something that it's not good for you to take all the time, then you wean it down to pretty much nothing.
Right. I'm sure he's familiar with the tampering process, to be honest.
Yeah, he's probably
you can buy caffeine tablets. Yeah, you can.
Yeah. So
he said 5 minutes, Maya. We'll see. I have to
just because I'm a man in a Speedo, I'm used to being discriminated because of that, There's some places I can't go, restaurants and different places. Yeah.
Well, I have a feeling it may not be the Speedo, but hey, what do I know? Right, Titanium, you can say it. Thinking while stitching says, I caught a bit of TRev yesterday. It was hard to watch. Just as a human, I couldn't but feel worry and concern for him. I agree. Absolutely agree. It was concerning to watch. And I know, our heartless friend up here doesn't feel the same way, but I do. I don't want to see anybody struggle with addiction, especially to this extent where it's so blatantly obvious.
I'm not heartless, Granny. I'm not
No,
heartless.
you're just shirtless.
I felt that when he was going after the parents of the missing children and accusing, not missing children, deceased children, and
Yeah.
he was accusing deceased children and things, and was pretending to talk to them on a broken radio so he could fund his addiction,
right?
Then I find that disgusting. And so I'm not willing to stop hammering him until he's at the bottom and ready to recover.
Yeah,
so
I
that's
get it.
just where I'm at. That's just where I'm at. You can call me heartless. Actually, I have a big heart. I was so disgusted with his behavior towards those deceased children that's where I'm coming from.
Yeah. All right,
So-
Kiwi. So I'm going to have Steven come up, but we're going to have a serious conversation, okay?
Yeah, I bet. Good night.
I'll kick you. Oh, all right, fine. Goodbye. Thank you for coming up. Hey, Steven.
Hey, he could have stayed, man. I don't have no problem with anybody that's got opinions about me. I ain't.
No, it wasn't because of you. He's just hard to have a serious conversation. He's a silly guy. He's silly.
No.
That's all.
Yeah, okay. I was to say because I see some of his stuff, man. Like with y'all, he comes up on your stuff a lot, right?
Yeah, he's been up a few times.
Yeah.
He's,
But no, I just so here's some things that kind of I want to say is first off for the business loan, I have no problem putting my stuff out. Obviously, most of y'all know my past, right?
Mhm.
So with a felon, you cannot even apply for a business loan.
Oh, you're right. I didn't even think of the felon aspect.
You
Well, is
cannot.
TRev
So
I don't know. Is TRev a felon, guys? I don't even know if he is.
No, even with misdemeanors, depending on the amount of misdemeanors and whatnot. So like anything with the SBA loans or anything government related, you can't touch. I can almost guarantee that. Also, one of the major things that I went through in that 10 years of being a piece of shit. So I owed child support. Well, I couldn't buy a house. I couldn't do shit. And when you look at what they do, I'll never forget this. It's on the top of the fucking paper. I remember what the housewoman told. Excuse me, I'm so sorry I cussed on this.
No, you're fine to curse. We curse over here.
I just want to make sure. But so one thing I can say is like, I know for a fact there is no, if he owes child support, he will not get approved for a business loan on any bank because my brother, this was probably about 4 months ago, went to the bank, has good credit, 687, so I'd say not perfect credit, but decent credit, right? So he was right there where you could get a business loan, which was 661 from them, 660, some shit like that. Well, Christian said the dude told him, hey man, I can't give you any type of loan due to you owing child support. So not just myself, but my brother, I knew he did. Now I had to pay all of my child support off. You can look this up. I actually paid off all my child support, paid off all the back pay. And all I can say is even then it took damn near 3 to 4 months before I could even try to apply for anything. So as far as him getting a business loan, I just don't, I just don't see it. I have an FHA, what they call a financial health risk assessment, which is FHRA. You can go online to Rapid, and you can see a lot of big companies like BZW, AT&T, anybody that does work with you, they won't mess with you unless you have that score. Well, that score is a score that says how your financial health is. So like mine's a 93. So anytime I drop below that, and this is something that gets monitored every 3 months, if you drop below that, what happens is VZW then calls you, or the customer calls you, hey, what's going on with your finances? And they will ask for a balance, like a balance sheet and proof that you're not misappropriating funds, that you're not doing this. It's unreal, like what some people ask for with the business, but it's kind of understandable because when you start working for certain companies, man, they ask a lot of questions. They're wanting to make sure that you're not doing some shady shit. Why? Because they don't want to be affiliated with somebody that one is like a bad person when it comes to their finances because of the type of money that you make.
Well, this is what he's seeking a business loan on. He has a Voices for the Voiceless mining a vision to give back. So he's requesting a business loan. His plan is to donate 15 and 25% of the profits to homeless kids in abusive households, people who need help, and families who have lost loved ones to tragedies. I'm also aiming to raise rewards for missing children and missing people across America. And over time, I love to expand this to help more families in need. I'm currently applying for a business loan to invest in mining equipment and to go all the way in with this. So I thought he meant like old school mining, like the way you.
No, he's talking about Bitcoin and shit like that.
That's
This
what
is it.
Tim came up to say. I couldn't believe it.
No, so here's the weird thing. So if you wanted me to, I will absolutely send you proof. So I used to dabble in crypto. So what I would do, and it's an addictive thing. I had to get the fuck out of it, man, because they're called shit coins. All right.
Yeah.
So I would take and spend $1,500 on shitcoin launch and wait for this launch in hopes that I can shoot the money up. And what you do is you get on these platforms like crypto.com. They're not really going to mess with it, but you have what they call a second layer where you can go in, kind of buy Ethereum. Ethereum then gets used to buy this shitcoin like Saitama. Look up Saitama and you'll kind of see what I'm saying. So I put in like $250 one day. Well, on the launch, it instantly spiked. It's a crypto scam is what it is. It's called a pump and dump. So what they'll do is they'll pump these prices. And at the very beginning, if you're one of the lucky ones, you're $250 and you bought 3 trillion tokens and everybody's on the launch. If you're quick enough and you're lucky, then that $250 could turn into 10 grand within 3 minutes.
Wow. So that's what he's looking to do.
Yeah, pump and dumps. That's the only thing I could think of is that, like, and it's sad because if he does deal with addiction, he needs to stay far away from that. Now with the mining,
right? Because it's gambling. Thank you, OG.
Yeah, and here's the thing with the mining is, you can tell me all day that you're wanting to do the mining stuff, but if you look up anybody that's ever done it, they will tell you it is super outrageous as far as the equipment, not so much, but dude, it shoots your light bills up, stuff like that. And then here's my other problem. Why only 15 or 20%? I have ASK Project that is an LLC. It sucks. Let me tell you, it doesn't do a damn thing. I think I showed everybody the other day, but 70% of it goes. Now, because it's LLC, 30%, it's morally like 20% pays for everything. 10% is like if something was to happen. But at the end of I'm just not understanding his logic behind 15 and 20%.
15 to 25%. Like he didn't even give a solid, number on that.
Yeah. I'd like to know more about that.
Yeah.
I honestly. Now I know that I met TRev in person. And I met Michaela. Never did I talk to him or anything. But they were at the Red Robin. I remember Michaela asking Seth about the bracelets, saying, "Hey, like, are you wanting to sell the bracelets?" And Seth, and I do not like this POS. Let me tell you. But he did say, "I'm not selling those. I'm just pointless selling. If anybody wants them, we'll just send them to them."
Well, of course, she was thinking of a way to make money. You know what I mean? I feel like that's
what I heard.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So, but no, if there's something like you, and I'm sorry, I come in, I just wanted to show support. Look, man, and somebody's like, everybody's always, hey, man, they're talking about you and stuff like, look, man, I don't care if people talk about me or opinions. The only problem I have, the super doxing, like that super dox shit. Hey, man, think what y'all want. You're allowed to have your opinions. I would never come on somebody's channel and say F your opinions. It's when you're like the doxing shit, you will be, but don't put my.
We lost them. You cut out a little bit. But you're right. There's no reason to put out people's like full government names, their addresses, their family members. There's no need for any of that.
No, man. Hey, but me and a Speedo and shit like that, whatever. It's funny though, that I want y'all, I do want y'all to know this. That is Dalton Mannion, who's a really good friend of mine. And when all that first come out, dude, I was so upset.
Oh, wait. The Speedo thing today with us wasn't pertaining to you. I think you cut out again. You cut out again, Steven.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Now you're back. Yeah, the Speedo thing wasn't pertaining to you. I don't think. Was that you in the photo?
No, that's Dalton Mannion. But I just kind of go with it, to be honest.
Oh, I didn't even realize that was like a little jab at you. I had no idea. I had no fun. I didn't even. I swear. Did anybody else in the chat know that? I had no idea that that was a jab at you.
No, you got to check it out though. It's actually quite impressive.
Oh my gosh, I had no idea that
It
that's
has
what was
gotten
going on with that.
everywhere, man. Now I just laugh at it, man.
SS, you troll, or not S? It wasn't SS. Kiwi. Kiwi's such a troll. I didn't even know he was trolling us with. Nope, nobody even knew that was you.
And Kiwi said no jab.
No, no jab. Yeah, please.
No, it's but I always, when somebody says something about Speedo, I always laugh because I think about the pictures.
We had no clue.
You got to check it out, man. It's funny as shit.
Oh man, that's
but
funny.
no, thank you for letting me come up.
Yeah, of course. How do you know that Seth did lose his job? Do you know that for certain?
Yeah,
Yeah?
dude. His own mother said that.
Wow. I
So-
figured as much because we've been hearing it, so why is this guy over there like, oh, he's about to lose his job?
Who said no, man? So here's the thing: he keeps telling everybody he's on this leave, right? Well, now hold on. Let me back up. Take this information with a small smidgen grain of salt, because Terry Lynn had made the comment. She spoke with Seth's mom, and she's the one. So you know
it's
what?
always Terry Lynn. She's always behind every rumor, isn't she?
Yes.
Oh
Yeah,
my
dude.
gosh, it's unbelievable. Every rumor originates with Terry Lynn.
I've learned this is the one thing I will say, and I hope it's okay, is I feel like that she's going through something mentally.
Yeah.
So I'm not gonna. That's the one reason why actually everybody probably, you wonder why I'm not going full speed with this, because I have talked to her. It's never been really about Sebastian and the things that she says sometimes and stuff, and then how she can spin something so fast. And my problem is when you're going in circles. Usually you go in circles it's because you're either trying to keep the current thing that you have made up like legit, and you're trying to make sure you don't fuck it up.
Yeah.
Or you've messed up and you're trying to figure out, okay, how do I fix this?
Right.
So I don't know what is going on with her, but
I feel like this has always been her. From my understanding, this has always been Terry. She's always been up all night. She's always been in circles. She's always been in drama. She's always been a word salad person. So I don't know if I share that sympathy with you. I don't think something's currently happening. I feel like she's always been this way.
Everybody's saying that CP lost his job also.
KP isn't working.
No, he didn't.
So what?
It's
Chris Proudfoot lost his job also, and Katie Proudfoot. That's not true. Chris is working.
Chris is absolutely working.
Yeah. He's definitely working.
I don't know. My thing is everybody gets mad. Explain what she wanted to talk about. What were we talking about?
Explain what did you hear about her claiming that she's talked to a lawyer and she's going to pursue legal action?
Who is? Terry?
Terry. And now she's doing a fundraiser and everything.
She's talked to a lawyer and performing legal action on what? The people that talked against her?
Yeah, I'm assuming you, because it was right after she was crying, claiming you did everything to her. Then this whole lawyer talk came up. Yeah.
Well, so tell her if she's watching this, Jason Elliott is my attorney. You better go get him involved. But you ain't got nothing to sue me on because it's baseless. I wasn't at no fucking dinner where you said I said fuck you. I was home with my son. Second off, nobody set you up for this. You invited yourself. You called me when I arrived there. I've got the text messages to show, hey, are you coming? Or blah, blah, blah. Like, again, she put herself in this situation. What I will say is sue away. You're baseless. You have your claims are false.
People are saying this against Jay, but I didn't hear her say any names. It was right after the situation with Steven took place. That's why I assumed it was Steven.
Oh.
No, I disagree that it's Jay, to be honest. I don't know where that's coming from, but the fallout happened with Steven, and then this all came up.
Yeah. Well, see, in the crazy part, hey, speaking about Sane Outlaw, hey, Sane, you're one of the ones that won the giveaway. FYI, you know that, right? So Tuesday, the Louisiana music store, So I sent all your stuff over to them. So just they're gonna call you. Just please let me know it happens. That's all. I'm trying to read these comments fast.
Me too. Oh, Jay, maybe Jay's speculating it's her. I don't know. But all that happened a while ago, Cooper. That wasn't nothing recent. The only thing that happened recent was the fallout with Steven, which, you know, if we go by timeline wise, it'd be more reasonable that she's speaking about Steven because she was very broad in what she was saying, but it was after that event. I don't know. I can link you to it, Steven. You can check it out, but see who you think she's talking about.
Yeah, dude, I would almost guarantee it's probably me, man, because everybody was. It's just, a lot of people had messaged me and said, "Oh, she's crying over you, man." I'm like, you know what's weird? I don't understand that, dude.
Me neither.
I talked to her literally. Just, hey, man, how are you doing? You good? Stuff like that. Like, trying to be a good friend. We really never talked about the whole Sebastian stuff. Only thing she would call me, she got mad when I went on Titanium's live. If like your live, if I go on anybody that I associated with that ever said anything or brought her name up, not even in a negative way, it was crazy, man. It was like, oh, yeah, they're talking bad about me, and now they're coming after me. They're trying to flat my tires, key my shit, and it's like, who's doing all this?
Yeah, always with the dramatics with her, always.
I don't know, man. If there's a mental aspect to this, I don't know, man. But no,
see, I don't think honestly, I don't think it's anything mental because this is her prior behavior as well in a whole different sector of YouTube. It's the same behaviors.
Yeah. So is there things in your comments? I keep seeing stuff. If they want to ask me stuff, well, I mean,
I think it doesn't matter where you live. It's very invasive. Is Seth under investigation? I know Taylor says she had questions. I don't know where that all originated from. Have you heard any truth to that?
I've never heard. I'll be honest with you. I've never heard of Seth being under an investigation.
Right.
I think people are confusing the situation with the funds of where it's been said that Tony and Bullhorn are being investigated for people paying somebody to go after people.
Oh yeah.
And
look,
so
I like how family comes in here and states very loud and clear that the Proudfoots are not working. Chris nor Katie are working. Now they come back and say, of course they're working. I mean, figure out what you're trying to say before you think you're being slick.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to tell you right now.
Steven, please read my comment. So where are these teenagers? Oh, so I guess Betty's saying that Sebastian was hanging out with teenagers the day prior to disappearing. Have you heard that?
Yeah. Yes.
Oh.
And I don't think that he was hanging out with him as much as that they had talked to him.
Where
talked to the neighbors. This would be in the neighborhood. Y'all have seen her online, obviously. I'm not gonna say.
Yeah, okay.
So
those her kids?
Yeah.
And then those are the same kids that are following the dog around as it's doing his sense, and they were all heavily involved in the search and all. I mean, that's a little bizarre.
Yeah. No, and I do agree with that. But it wasn't from when it comes to them heavily following the dogs. They wasn't doing that. They were told they were wearing similar clothes. From what was said, and that they were asked to, hey, change, just given that, they're the kids. There was a kid
resemble Sebastian.
Yeah. And it was so again, I think a lot of this is like your people are saying, it's a lot of just piled on misinformation.
Right.
The crazy, it's funny, man, is y'all are going the right direction's going, though. I feel like a lot of people are going back to the very beginning and just starting from there. And I think that's what's got to happen. Me personally, I'm gonna be straight up. I just search. I tried to do what people do, like y'all that are like investigating and doing this stuff. Hell no, it's not for me. As that one misspoke thing that I did really showed me, it's like, dude, it's so easy to go on, especially go online to people that care. And if they really care and you say something wrong, they'll take that shit to the bank, right? And then all of a sudden, now what you've just misspoke has took off running.
That's exactly what happens. And that's why it's crucial when we have a platform, we have an audience that believes what we say, that we are very careful of what we say, and we always request receipts. Like this whole Sebastian hanging out with teenagers, I never heard that till today. And I've been on this since like week 1.
Nobody has ever showed proof of that, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I wonder why that's coming up again.
they have came forward about it. Again, I think this is super hearsay shit. Like,
so you don't believe it's factual?
I'll be honest with you. No, I don't, because
Okay, that's important.
Given the scenario, I'm almost certain the whole argument that would pursue is because between Chris and this neighbor was essentially because there was shit going around that wasn't true, right?
Right.
Stuff, it didn't make sense. So I don't know. I would like to. What I wish, honestly, is that people did know so I could know, just out of
Right.
curiosity. I can't. I know a lot of people want me to ask questions or find, like, they ask me questions. Look, the only thing I can tell you that I truthfully know anything about, and this is just being honest, because I don't want to mislead anybody, is now if you want to talk about Tony, the involvement and what I had and what I seen as far as the actions from Tony, right?
Firsthand.
Yeah, I can absolutely tell you that. Anything pertaining to an investigation standpoint, other than me going to Worshams in that sheriff's department video, I honestly couldn't tell you guys. Now, if it comes to the searching, I can tell you where I've been. I've got I've got a map that I update. But other than that, I can't tell anybody anything, and that's just being real. And that's why I post videos. If you notice, most of my videos are search related.
Yeah,
Or clap back in at some.
I'll tell you,
clapping back.
I was upset for you, Stephen, because I was in your stream, as you know, from the minute you started that day. And and I noticed your views got significantly higher as you went into the drama. And it was so disappointing to watch firsthand, because I'm like, here he is doing an actual stream with nothing but facts, searching, talking about why he feels these areas are important, and nobody's in there. The minute he talked about drama, here came everybody.
Everybody.
And it was disappointing. It was sincerely disappointing to witness that, like, in real time.
Yeah, and it's like, and sometimes I'll be straight up, like, when I mention it, it's hard to get off of it because a lot of people start asking questions. So then you end up staying in it, and it's like, shit. Well, I did exactly what I don't want to do, and I contributed to the shit. So it's all good though, man.
Well, the information you gave out was important to understand the way that Tony and them are operating. So it's not like it was, just stupid, worthless drama. I mean, there's some importance to it, but it was just the way witnessing that happen was like, damn, that kind of sucks, man. Like, all of a sudden his views jump up by 100, the chat's suddenly talking, and I'm like, all that for, for a little bit of drama.
It's like yesterday, I was in there and I've been trying to figure this Caltopo tool on desktop. I'm gonna advise everybody, do not use that shit on desktop. It's terrible. It's easier to use on your phone, believe it or not. But I will say, I had 50 people in there. I think that what I'm hoping to do, and this is, if it's okay to say this here, is like next week. So I went back to Percy Priest. I had to get that out, and I had to do that because I couldn't get it out of my head. But I'm going to start 5 miles out because we know law enforcement. Now, I could say I can go over where they've went, right? But in all honesty, why hasn't anybody started 5 miles out where they stopped and continued? So what I'm going to do is Monday morning, I'm going to get on a live and say, hey, this is the general area. If you would like to help, send me an email. I will give you the exact spot to meet me up at this certain time. If you're not there, I'm carrying on. You know what I mean? But this is where we're going to tackle today, and I think it's the best way to handle that. Reason why is because there are people that really want to get involved. I feel like they want to be involved and do the searches. And then we've got the Caltopo map where I can share it with you when you arrive, and it will log you. Okay. And when we're going in the woods, it keeps track of all your location data, and it will save it into an area that we've searched. And now this searching map is going to be URL that you can absolutely click on, and anybody can view it to see what areas have been updated or searched. And let's say that Joe Smo doesn't want to go with anybody, but he has the day off, and he's like, you know what, man, I'm going to spend it outside in nature. We're coming into fall. It feels good. I'm going to go searching today. And no, he's not got to be an expert. I will say, please, if you have no idea about searching, there is material online that you can look up that just gives you a basic overview of what to be, weary about.
Mindful of, right?
Yeah, exactly. And go to that, and then just use the map. I'll give you the map link and everything like that, and just that way you can update it. And heck, man, you don't have to be with anybody. But this way, it gives it's like it's going to be a map. The problem we still have to this day is we don't know who searched where.
Right.
There's
It was
no
not organized. Yeah.
no, there's no updated map people could go to kind of say, okay, this area has been hit. I'm going to go towards this direction, and if that's a way we can do it to help, like I don't do the searching live. I don't do that shit. I do update people of where I'm at and about things that I see and why I think or do not think this area. It's just like yesterday I was at Percy Priest, the Little Lake, and people kind of go on a tangent about me with the mediums. So first and foremost, I don't work with Seth, Tony, Chris, anybody really. So I don't have a general direction outside of what law enforcement has done, and we know that obviously for this area.
Right.
But when the mediums and stuff, I'm like, you know what? I have nothing else left to believe in, and you know what? Why not? Why
Just
not?
take it. Right.
Yeah. So I'll just go check it out just to be sure, and that is just a way to me. I'm a skeptic. Rochelle, the psychic sleuth, she knows that. The only thing I will say for her is the Bradley Close shit blew my mind. She called that on Friday. So Friday, she sends me text messages, and we've been working on Bradley Close. He was a 16-year autistic kid, went missing from his work. He left his wallet, everything inside of his locker at work. Stepped outside for 15 minutes, boom, vanished into thin air. They would find him on one of Dean Hill's recreation area. And then I got in my phone screenshots of Friday, but prior to them finding him, where he was. And I was like, holy shit. Like, did this woman just do because I'm sitting here trying to fight the reality of she got this right. How did she know that shit? Like it's kind of like spiritual war versus reality, it's like, how is that possible? So again, I take everything for what it is, but
you know what? So something just came across to me, and it's so true. When people are, so we're supposed to believe this whole Bobby situation, or I shouldn't even say her name, but the kids thing. It was Bobby that said nobody even knew a kid lived there, right?
Right.
So she never came. I've never heard Bobby come out and say my kids were hanging out with Sebastian the day before. That was never stated. So I don't know where that rumor came from. I don't know why.
I feel like she would have said that. To be honest,
me too. So do I. Like, my kids were just with Sebastian the day before. I feel like she would have too.
I don't know, man. It's weird. I don't. I'm trying to think. Okay, let's say this. Even if they were outside, they lived generally close. What if they were all outside and they just said, "Hey, Sebastian, how's your day?" You know what I'm saying? Like again,
yeah, but she made it like she never even. Nobody knew of Sebastian even being there. But do you see what Choo Choo's mommy said? Zoom in on the map next door to Bobby's house. There's a green flag marking that house. That's weird. Bobby's twins are 22 years old. Yeah, but one of them was dating a high schooler because we got that whole story about she runs the Facebook group and, Chris confronted them after they drove by their house for the third time and said, oh, she said, I go to school with your son. And he said, I know who you are. You run that Facebook group. Remember that whole spiel she gave out? I don't know.
Who's Jules?
Jules is the K9 searcher.
Oh, okay. I got you.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
That's probably being a little rough there, aren't you guys?
Hey, let me say this though. It's awesome to watch each one of you that do this. I got a lot of respect for y'all, man. I know y'all probably don't think it, but despite anything, man, like I said, opinions are opinions, man. I'm super cool when it comes to that. I'm not going to try to change your opinion, right? But what I'll say is it's really neat to watch you, Queen Clues, y'all's audience and how they've adapted to y'all. And like, dude, they are hardcore. They don't be trying to come into a damn chat and say something crazy. Holy shit.
Very defensive.
Yeah, dude. It is the wildest shit, man. I'm like, holy crap.
I know. We actually had a troll come in the other day. She was being very aggressive and like mean and all, but then she came up on panel and it was cool. Like we just talked it out. And she's like, you were right. I woke up cranky. My whole household's sick. And I'm like, yeah, I know it. It was so, sometimes the right response isn't to attack. You don't get anywhere by doing that. So.
Do y'all want to know why I would? Here's something that I've never told anybody. And one of the main reasons why I would be hardcore on Chris and Katie from the beginning. And why I would change because one of the very first clips. Now, mind you, I knew Sebastian was missing. I knew the autistic aspect. I thought he was autistic. Did not know it was the chromosome deletion thing. It was being at first. It was really being heavily portrayed as autism, right?
Right.
And so, of course, I live right down the road. I'm not really doing much, so I just start flying my drone. Okay, like not that it was going to help any. I've got a thermal drone. I have a DJI Map 3 Enterprise, and I have the Pro Classic, which is non-thermal. And then the crazy part is, though, as I would see the interview at Lot 4 with Seth. Well, I never thought of it, and somebody would help me realize one of the things that I was actually thinking, and the reason why I did that is because from the very beginning of the jump, all I saw was Sebastian's father. So instantly in my head, he's right. He has to know. He know, like, why? Wait, like this is, and so it was implanted in my head. Well, Seth is dad. Seth cares. Seth's doing this. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
And so
right. This family's doing nothing.
Right, and so I'm not getting the full picture, but I never gave it a chance.
Well, and that's what I said the other day, Stephen. I said the same exact thing because there are people that come in here that are anti-Proudfoots and they defend Seth. And I say, if we attack them right off the bat because we're like, oh, well, you're on that side or you're on that side. If we don't open our brains to listen to it all, you're being closed off from so much information. So much information.
My thing is I just, no, and Richard, that was probably the biggest lesson I learned. Is not everybody is going to put their stuff out there.
Broadcast what they do, yeah.
And here's the thing, I would not think of it this way. In my head, I'm like, well, Seth's out there, but all of the attacks towards Chris and Katie, would you feel fucking safe?
No, I wouldn't have been out there either. And then here's a real question for you: did you actually see Seth out there?
I can tell you, this is honest to God. From outside of the clip that I saw, I would be with him on one occasion where I would meet him, his sister, and a dog handler. I don't know his name. He was super nice. Dog was a real good dog. I mean, I would hope he is super trained. I know he does a lot of stuff for charity. There you go.
Right.
So the dog was there. Jennifer Jennings was there. We went to Hurt Lane, Happy Hollow, some other ones. I was flying the drone. As far as searching, no, it was just running the dog. Let the dog search around certain areas. They took him behind Worsham's, took him behind the house on Hurt Lane. But as far as physically being in the woods, out there walking, doing grid searches, no, I have not.
Right. Yeah, see, that's what I mean. Everybody keeps claiming Seth's doing all these searching. He's the only one searching. But in all reality, we don't hear of or see Seth searching either. We hear him say, like, on Thursday, we're going to start a search. And then Thursday comes, and this next Thursday, we're going to start a search. Like, there's always that. I don't believe he was searching as much as people were led to believe he was.
I'm honestly going to say that is, you're right about that.
Yeah.
Because here's the problem, and I want to take y'all back on a little journey, and you can go back to my TikTok lives, and if y'all ever want me to get them, I'm sure there's videos and that are out there that criticize everything, right? So here's the thing. This is one of the going starts on why I was getting so pissed off at Tony. Now, remember Delilah Glass, aka Nina.
Yeah.
All of us, there's Nina that was supposed to come up here. Jason, which is a good friend of mine, he said she's got credible threats. Morley, from the Caleb Harris situation, there was one individual up here that wasn't attached to neither side, Seth's side or Chris or Katie's side. That was just kind of being a super hardcore troll. Now, the other part I'll say is every time we ask Tony, well, we're putting together a search team. Mind you, Chloe is actually searching. Chloe's team is searching. Now, when people started getting involved, such as Nina, Chloe said, hey, I have a reputation, all this other stuff, like she's a PI or whatever. And from what I heard is that because of this person, it's just like me. If I was coming into the picture, she's going to question it, right? Look at my past, man. I would say this, if I go up here to the sheriff's department and they believe me before somebody with a fucking PI credential, there's a problem at hand, right? My past, man, that's the problem with somebody like me, right? And I can understand where people are like, hey, dude, You know, it's not a good look with him doing that. So I tend to stay alone or by myself because I don't want to ever for the case to not ever be taken serious, right?
Right,
Because
with
of my
reputation
case.
wise. But so I was actually the first one to call out Nina Glass, and then of course she did the same thing. I'm not coming due to threats. But Nina was involved in a shooting incident which resulted in a 10-year felony probation term. Her going out and searching for these families were cutting off on her community service time. And she also has a horrible reputation and the other search she was part of. And here's some people that worked with her even saying how horrible she was.
Yeah,
Like,
so
yeah.
I will tell you, I separated myself. Like I was going up on panels and stuff, and at this point, man, you really learn a lot of shit when you stop being naive and gullible.
Right. When you stop blindly listening and you start looking for yourself.
Yep, that's the best way to put it. And what I can say is that I have slowly just separated myself where I don't. I do talk to Barbecue. I think Barbecue's a funny ass person. She's great. Tammy's a nice person. I know people may have feelings about them, but what I'll say is as far as like being a part of any clique group, it's not. I think it's best that I stay on my own, right?
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
I'm going to continue to do that because one of the most valuable lessons I learned was if I can't have an open mind and listen to both sides, I'm easily to close off somebody because I don't want to hear it.
Right.
And so that's not fair to anybody. So I stay to myself, continue doing my searching, okay? And what I'm doing in my heart, at least I feel like I'm contributing some way. Now it may not.
Now he's cutting out.
Investigation or whatever's going on. So what I can say is that looking back at the Nina situation, I don't know what the hell, to be honest with you, what the hell the whole thing is going on about the whole where she raises money in fundraisers. Now, she will tell you, I've questioned that. It's like there's nothing wrong with fundraising as long as it's going to what it's supposed to go. And
right.
But
did you end up paying her car repairs?
Dude, you know, everybody asked that. So here's something I will tell y'all. Now, when everybody said I paid it the first time, which was back, when was that? Early May, maybe? It was like $2,500.
Yeah.
No, did not.
No. Okay.
Now, did my dumb ass pay later on? I think it was back in June. Yeah, I did.
Did you?
$1,300.
And she still didn't even come out?
No, it wasn't to come out up here. She had broke down, and I talked to her on the phone. Her truck had broke down, and I'm just going to be straightforward here. I've not really talked about this situation.
You got suckered.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. So apparently that same truck, the same issues is the same issues I was told about. That was wrong with it back in early May, that apparently people had paid for. Somebody had paid a lot of money towards.
Wow, so she double dipped on the truck repairs.
Yeah, that's what was said. Yeah, and so I kind of got really upset, and I was like, I don't want to be a part of this no more. Like I don't have a problem helping. That's what the whole project was developed for. And what I've learned is you've got to be you need to have people that vet people. Period.
Right.
Whether you think it's right or not, people can be very mischievous.
Oh yeah.
And so my whole ass over here is, it's just like the Santinello case. Jennifer, I never helped Jennifer, but I did help Brittany, and things would snowball, man. And I realized, hey, you know what? Do not hand people money.
Right.
Do not hand them money.
Pay the repair shop next time, or unbelievable.
Yeah, and that's where it's got to be, man. Is because I fucking learned a lesson. And I'm trying to say, I don't want to say too much because the drama, man, it's just not worth it. I will say, yeah, you went down the right path.
This is crazy. That's crazy. I'm not surprised. I mean, I felt like when she immediately was, entered into the scene over here, the first thing they said is, you know, she's a SARS and a blah, blah, blah. We're going to have her come look for Sebastian in Tennessee, but she needs her truck repaired to get there. And that's when I was like, oh, yeah, no, here we go. Another person needing money. You know, what kind of professional SARS teams can't afford their own repairs? It just doesn't make sense.
No, it does. That's the only thing and you hear. I mean, her husband's a truck driver and stuff. I don't know. I've never could put a lot of things together, to be honest with you. And then when all this stuff would go down, I just got very upset, and I was like, you know what?
I imagine.
I am literally just going to mind my own shit. I will. I'm not going to talk about who's getting investigated or who does this. I don't know shit about it. Obviously, we clearly see what happens when you try to fucking get answers, and if I can't get the information out correctly, it can absolutely fuck shit up. But what I can do is I can search. I do have the equipment to do that. I'm going to keep people updated with what I'm doing and where I'm at.
And right now you're looking at bridges, right?
Yeah, and you know, the only reason why is just because in the case of, like, let's just say that he was abducted, and I'm not. People keep saying, "Oh, you're friends with Chris and all them." No, I talked to him. But look, at the end of the day, dude, I'm still weary, like, of everybody.
Well, I can't stand when, so same, right? People think just because I defend the Proudfoots or I've had a conversation with Chris or, you know, whatever, that means I'm blinded by everything. I'm not. I've always maintained if I were to believe anything other than which I truly believe is that Sebastian went out the house alone that night. I do believe that. But if I was to believe that a parent was involved, I would say it was Seth and Chris. I would say Katie had no idea. That would just be my opinion.
Can I say something right here? And I want to, so, you know, when this meetup happened the other night, and it was supposedly just super hardcore playing cult-like meeting that I made and orchestrated.
Yeah.
Which is fucking hilarious. Dude, the funny thing is, Barbecue and them were coming in, obviously, to go to the court. So they came in the night before. And they said, hey, Emily and everybody's coming. So why don't we meet up at Memorial Park and we'll just plaster some posters again, you know, just to get them back out there. Well, I was, truthfully, supposed to bring posters. Well, I heard Mackenzie was bringing a lot of them, like a lot. So I was like, oh, well, if she's got them all, then cool. I get there, Barbecue's like, where's your posters, Crabtree? I'm like, well, Mackenzie's got all of them. She said, no, we're plastering the shit out of these. We need more. And she's like, I'm going to try to get some more of them. And then what would happen is Chris would have those posters. Right. And he was able to swing by real quick and get them. And so she turned around, she said, hey, I found some. Chris is going to bring some through here real quick. I was like, oh, okay, cool. Well, out of respect, you know, we had already said we don't want to do no recording. Like, this isn't what we're doing this for. This isn't to show that we're doing, like, you can take pictures showing that you're doing it, whatever. It doesn't matter, but do not plaster fucking videos. There's no point in being on live and it's not what we're here for at all. And so, hey, well, you walk up to Terry, tell her to shut it off. Walk up to Terry, and we're standing in that little rose garden. I said, hey, Terry, can you shut down your stuff? No, why? I was like, well, this is not what we're doing here. Like, and out of respect, you know, for Sebastian and while we're here, we don't, it's not about that. And somebody's fixing to probably bring some posters over here. But if you don't mind, shut it off. So I walk back. So she comes walking back. What's going on? What's going on? I'm muted it. I'm not shutting it off. But what's going on? I was like, somebody's bringing some posters. So we're all standing there. Barbecue and them go and walk off. They go to meet him. At this time, she's dumbfounded. Like, she don't see nothing. She don't know nothing. Well, all of a sudden, she looks over there, and she's like, oh, God. Oh, God. Starts panicking. Complete panic.
Like dramatic.
I got to move my car. I got to get it out of there. I don't know what to do. I got to move my car.
Why the car, Terry Lynn?
Yeah. And she's like, well, because, so I'll say this, where everybody was parked, my truck's there. They're all at the corner of it. Up in front of my truck is Terry Lynn's. So it's been keyed. My tires have been slashed. I'm like, now, mind you.
Oh, insinuating that Chris did this shit and now she's scared.
Exactly. Yep. So here's what the funny thing is. There was 3 people that confirm exactly what I'm fixing to tell you that was standing right there when I said, Terry, you're blowing shit out of proportion. You're making it way more than what it is. You're like, that's not what this is about, man. Chill out. No, I got to get to my car. I'm going. Fuck this. I'm going. So I'm like, fuck, dude. So I get off the park bench. Me and the other woman standing right behind me, Marcy, we start walking forward. So I go over there. Chris is over there talking. Chris, reaches out a hand, shakes my hand, man. Hey, man, nice to meet you. Nice to put a name with a face. Being super polite to everybody. Barbecue showed me the posters. They were not cheap ones, super fucking big ones.
Right.
Huge posters. And I'm like, all right, cool. Met Katie. And this is where I'm getting at with all this, and I'll continue. Let me say this. Katie's eyes, dude, when you they were watery. They were big. You could tell she ain't slept. You could tell. I mean, honestly, you could tell that given the situation, she's probably uncomfortable, man.
Right.
Like this is it's not a good it's not a good situation to be in. Given everybody that's standing in front of you mostly has something to say at one point, right? So, but still maintained, super respectful, super nice. Well, Terry Lynn now cuts in between us. Now, this is after I give a handshake. I'm standing by Barbecue and Tammy. I'm standing at the corner of my truck. Terry's trying to shove in behind us to get to her car. I look at Chris, and he said, "Is that Terry?" And I shook my head, yeah, and I mouthed yes. And he said, I just want to get her. Can you get her for me?" And he went to go reach out, and I'm like, everybody was like, oh, because Terry again. Super exaggerated. Over
all
the
in
top.
her dramatics.
Yes, all in the dramatics. Well, he says, Terry Lynn. She turns around, he reaches his hand out, shakes her hand, and gives her a hug. He says, "Look, hey, I just wanted to put a name with a face. I know there's things that's been said. It's no big deal. I appreciate what you're doing."
Yep.
That's what he said. And so at the point, she turns around, she says a couple things, she gets in her car. Boom, they're gone. Now, Emily, I think it's Emily and Nikki, if I'm not mistaken. They were there for a few minutes. They talked, said hi, introduced. They got out. They went to their place to put posters. We would then leave, go to Kroger Marketplace and stuff. And at that point, I went and go take care of my son. I would get on a live after I made sure my son was good because he's dealing with strep throat. I seen that Barbecue and Terry were on the live, and I'm like, what the hell's going on? Barbecue said, "Hey, she's trying to say you didn't tell her to turn that shit off." I was like, "Oh, yes, I did." Barbecue watched me walk to her and say something to her.
That's where we hear you say, tell me to my face I'm lying or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. I said, "Tell me to my face I'm lying." I was like, because I walked up and told you this. And I said, "You know what, Terry? I'm done with this shit." I was like, "I'm done. You've lied on me a couple times, essentially." And I drop off live.
Right. And at this point, people have to remember she's already been overly dramatic, right? Everything's dramatized with Terry Lynn, everything. So she's exhausted in general.
Yeah. Well, and the thing is you hear on the live about the stuffed animal she's talking about and stuff. Now,
that
again, mind you, nobody
so
knows about this stuffed animal. Nobody knows what's going on. All she keeps saying is Sebastian. So everybody's like freaking out. So I text Barbecue.
Wait, for people who don't understand what you're saying there, Steven, because it's kind of all over the place between TikTok and YouTube and whatever. Yes. So what I gathered is Terry Lynn that night, they're obviously drinking. She's drinking. She starts saying weird shit about having Sebastian in the trunk and giving him to some girl.
Yep.
Then
at the cemetery, give him some girl. Yep.
Yes. So she said he was in my trunk. I went to the cemetery, met some girl. And now she's trying to claim that was a plush toy, like a stuffed animal.
Right. And so now I will say this: she does have a stuffed animal. And that's what I told Barbecue. So I said, "Dude, she does have this crab. That it's Mr. Crab or whatever you call it. Looks like it's from Little Mermaid."
And that is the crab's name in Little Mermaid. Okay.
Yep. I said, his name was Sebastian. I said, I think that's who she's talking about. And Barbecue's like, "Well, dude, it's kind of fucking weird. Like, why would you bring this up right now? Why of all places? Like, this has nothing to do with anything. We're just asking her about why did she put her socials on the damn posters? Like, that's not cool." And I said, "No, I get that." I said, "But I'm telling you," I was like, "Dude, she'll spin shit." I was like, "I'm telling you right now, it's something to do about the crab. Well, sure enough, that's exactly what it was. It was the crab.
Right.
And but again, to people that don't know and hasn't heard her talk about this crab, people that don't know what's going on, that's what it was about. But
Which
they
is
don't
still weird. It's almost like she intentionally kept a crab in her trunk named Sebastian. It's fucking weird.
So sorry, my wife said something to me. Yeah, and so mind you this, you're standing in a group of people that have no clue about, they don't watch your shit. They don't know, they know who you are, but they don't watch nothing. They don't know anything about this crab. So you're talking about Sebastian being in a fucking trunk and that you took him to a grave and all kinds of shit. You were out here searching. So dude, everybody's like, what the fuck is going on? Like,
Right.
you know, and so she's made to look like she's like nutso. So again, then she comes out about the crab. The problem is nobody even knew about the crab. Nobody knew who he was. Nobody knew anything. So why did you even bring him up? And it's weird because
that's what Terry does though. She finds ways to like circle talk you and tell you how great she is. Like, so that story was to tell everybody, oh, I'm so great. I had Sebastian in my trunk. He gave it to this young girl who had nothing to put on the grave. Like, it's always a way to, credit herself. Even how she said, like, I've been searching, and we all have to be like, oh, we know you have. No, you're not. You're driving
I
around.
love how Cindy said you were gullible if you believe this ass hat.
Cindy's been saying shit the whole time.
Yeah.
She's just asking to be paid attention to. So,
hi, Cindy. I see you.
We see you, Cindy. It's okay.
But no, again, like it was said out from the very beginning, like when she come out that it's a Steven's a cult, he's a lean reader and all this shit. The funny thing is, I didn't even put this shit together. No, I said Barbecue would text me, hey, are you going to come this evening? Yeah, I got there, and then we all would meet up. Again, would not know nothing about the whole Chris thing until we was like absolutely there, and we needed the posters. It was like, hey, he can bring them. Okay,
right,
cool.
And it's actually sad that everybody came together, regardless of what's quote unquote side or whatever it may be. Everybody came together to search for Sebastian, and of course, because Terry Lynn's involved, so is drama.
Yeah, and I mean, unfortunately, I think it follows me too. Sadly, trying to get away from that shit, but I gotta. My thing is clear my name. Like I do. Like when somebody says I did something, like I said, fuck you, Terry Lynn.
Right.
Now, mind you, at a dinner, I said, fuck you. She says the exact words. At the dinner, I said, fuck you, Terry Lynn, to her face. And yet, in the same sentence within 5 minutes, I was not at that dinner. You see what I'm saying?
Right. So how could you have said it if you weren't even at the dinner? That's what Terry does.
I can show y'all a screenshot where I asked Barbecue to tell me, do I need to come up there? No, it's all good. All right, cool. And that was when everything was going ape shit because everybody kept saying, hey, man, HPD, especially where they were at Jonathan's and in that area, dude, HPD patrols are heavy. Like, if y'all are out there with drinks and shit like that, y'all are about to get in some shit.
Right.
Y'all need to separate or stop doing what you're doing. And one of the funny things is Barbecue said that I guess Terry had a fucking flask.
Yeah, I heard that.
So, and I mean, but
and then when you go and listen to the one part of Terry's stream, she has her friend in a car who sounds, clearly under some type of substance. I'm just saying. And her friend says, I think I just saw a ghost. And Terry Lynn's like, you're weird. Like, it was just a weird conversation. Terry's like, I can't toke it. It's illegal. And I'm like, what the hell is going on here?
Oh, no, man. Well, somebody asked, hey, Stephen, why was she crying so much over what you were talking about all the time? So, honestly, I felt like that she I know I'd have to almost show you my text. I mean, morally, it was just support. Like, I was trying to be a friend. Like, hey, how you doing? I went, like, she wanted her land flown in Bon Aqua.
Right. And you were saying that. Yeah.
And so I went down there instead of charging for it. And I kept saying, hey, I need the correct coordinates and shit like that. Or, so I can go do this correctly. Because I had already drove down there and it didn't make sense. I called the realtor. Hey, this is not making sense at all. I need the correct survey so I can do this correctly. And it's, I'm a half mile, like kind of a quarter mile off to what this survey is saying. She gave me. And Sherry's like, yeah, I know. I've been there. I can't make sense of it either. Right. So
Linda's so silly. Hey, Linda, you're such a fan of mine. I hope you hit the thumbs up on the way in. You see what Linda's threatening you with the fact that the park has a camera that was installed in 2023. So you better be telling the story correctly, or what? They're gonna pull warrants to get the camera to make sure that Stephen Crabtree's telling the right story about Terry Lynn. Jesus, Linda, use your brain.
Please fucking do. Please do.
I mean, under what circumstance do you think that the government's going to hand over the camera to make sure Stephen told the story correctly?
That's so
These people claim to
hilarious,
be
man.
part of true crime. It blows my mind.
Dude, man, I don't even understand. Like they're talking about, they are right. Memorial Park has tons of cameras.
Right.
And by all means, please. Hey, here's an open invitation. If you can pay somebody, like, and you can get a paperwork, whatever you need to get the camera pulled, by all means, I'll pay for it.
Right. There you go. He'll pay for it. You find the right government employee that's going to pull those cameras for you, and he'll pay for it.
Yeah. I mean, dude, that's
we got to make sure the story's to a T there. You better make sure you were in her way to her car and, that she hugged, saying that Terry went to hug Chris Pratt. You better make sure they actually hugged.
Yeah. Dude, I mean, literally, it was on national TV, public figure. Yeah, that's the problem, saying. I mean, I think that's it. Well, you know why she's on a public figure and on national TV? Because she can draw people to her. She has that personality that it was. You know
See,
what I'm saying?
I told you the legal actions against you. You people, Linda, you're so ridiculous. If you think she has any legal standing, honestly, come on. Seriously, Linda? I'm not even going to hit you with the listen, Linda, but I mean, you are really ridiculous to see if she had more. Do you think that the restaurant's going to pull the cameras and the attorney's going to make sure that she only drank one glass of wine? You think she has legal standing over how much she had to drink that day? They can't prove that. You can't prove she drank before the restaurant, after the restaurant. It concerns me that you're part of a true crime community, but no wonder you support the channel you do.
So they talked about now. So now they're going to blow her house up.
Thank you. Who's blowing up whose house now?
What about TL crying, saying they're not going to blow my house up? I'm done. I'm so done. I quit.
Oh, that's an expression. Like, blow up my house means like ruin my reputation, not actual blowing up a house. Like, you're not going to blow up my spot. It's usually how you say it, not house. But
and nobody, like, that's the funny thing is that Punky, I'll say it, nobody really cares how much she drank, bud. Nobody cares.
I don't even think drinking is her real problem.
No, man. I think some shit just, again, I truly, like I said at the beginning, I don't want to attack her. I don't, man, because I truly think something else is going on here. But
there's clearly something else. And when you have people like this that are like hyping you up, it's a little concerning.
I don't know, man.
Thank you, Linda. I just don't think realistically, I don't think anybody's going to pull state park cameras to make sure Stephen Crabtree told his story correctly. I mean, respectfully, that's being a little ridiculous,
My thing is, even if they do, let's just say that'd be so awesome.
Right. You feel validated. I mean, there were other witnesses there. So is everybody just co-signing Stephen because what? They have something against Terry?
I'm the cult. I'm the cult leader. That's the problem.
Oh, you're calling all the shots.
Yeah.
Ah.
Yeah. Must be because of my past. I must be a gangster. I didn't know it.
There you go. Calling all the shots.
Shit, man, I'd be the worst shot caller ever.
I mean, I just can't even believe that there are so many like even her claiming legal action. And then here's Castor saying she kept going out to her car during dinner. But to think that Terry Lynn really has legal action, and for anybody to go ahead and, co-sign that or donate
is Jason Elliott. Please, anything that you have, it's called Hires and Friedel. Hires and Friedel, Gallatin, Tennessee. This same attorney was my prosecutor, FYI. So he is my attorney for everything. Jason Elliott. So if you've got a problem and you feel that you have some legitimate case, please, by all means, contact him, get the information to him, and we'll handle this the big way. I don't care. I know I'm not hiding nothing. So
fact. What is this about? She tried to hug Katie and Katie wouldn't hug her back. Did you hear that?
I don't think
I've
they
never
ever.
heard that either.
I'm gonna tell you right now. I was standing there. I seen Chris hug her, like shake her hand, pull her in for a hug. Right.
Right.
Other than that, I didn't see it. I mean, if that happened, it happened really quick and somehow mysteriously. So I don't know, man. All I would tell you, there was a bunch of people standing in that little group right there at the very end. That you're telling me somehow all 20 of them, Mackenzie, everybody's lying. That's the craziest
Right.
shit to me.
That's what I'm saying. Hey, Nina, I was standing between Terry and KP. False. All right. So if that's being said by Barbecue, then she's the one telling a fib there. That has nothing to do with Steven. And it's not even that serious. I mean, if you think this is what slander is, Linda, then I ask you to reconsider what you participate in daily.
Casper's in here. So Casper.
Yeah, this is Casper.
So Casper was, so let me say this. Casper was the scope out. She made sure when we were coming there that everything was good because of somebody being in town the same day, right? So Casper will tell you, the only people that walked up to Chris at first was herself, Barbecue, Tammy, Mackenzie. All of us, Marcy and all of us stood back for a long time. And Terry was back there with us. So Terry we did not go up there until the point. I'm looking at the time, I'm like, man, I wanna help, but I need to get home to my son. So we all decided to walk up there. And again, it goes to the point when Terry started freaking out, and we're sitting there, I'm like, well, the time trust. And then here's Terry tripping out. I'm like, calm down. It's not what you think it is. You're blowing this out of proportion. You're making a mountain out of a molehill. Exactly what I said. You're making a mountain out of a molehill. Like, dude, you don't they're not going to do nothing to your car in a park that is completely full right now with tennis players, people on the playground. I mean, there was nowhere to park. There were so many people in this parking lot. He said he wanted to touch those boobs. I don't mean to laugh at that.
I know. I seen that too. Look at how this is how the telephone game goes. So we're having, Barbecue says she hugged Katie. Then we're seeing here, Barbecue said the hug thing happened at the last court thing with Betty, not at dinner. People need to it's just how the whisper down the lane goes. You just.
No, and it's funny to see it because you are absolutely right. You are absolutely right. And again, it's kind of like you were saying earlier, even going back to the shit I fucked up, man, it is a telephone game. Essentially, this person said this, it goes down. It's funny because in school, you kind of play the game and you see it and you tell your friend something and it goes down the line. And then now as adults, we still continue to do this.
Right.
And
that's exactly what social media is. It's a big down the line.
But I'm accused of starting drama or running my mouth because people are allowed to speak on me, but I'm not allowed to comment on it. I forget that. I forget that I'm supposed to shut up and sit down.
Welcome to YouTube. That's how they always expect it. They can spend hours, days, weeks, whatever, running their mouth about you, but the minute you respond, they are victims. They are victims.
Chris, so that is what is said. Yes, that he's known her for 40 plus years. And you know what's funny is even with all that, he made the statement like, dude, just generally concerned. Like, you don't make allegations like you do and not have something in your head going on. I can't believe that. Like, and the funny thing is, she's one of the funniest fucking people. Truthfully, she is a funny ass person.
What, Terry?
Yeah, believe it or not, she's fucking hilarious.
Is she?
Yeah, she really is, man. She is a funny fucking person, man. And I mean, honestly, one of the things that it was easy to talk to her and be her friend because she is funny. And it's like, why does this have to happen? Why did this happen? And then now all of a sudden, I'm the fucking cult leader. I set you up. Whatever, bud. Go ahead. Believe what you want. That's all I'm going to tell you. I'm not losing sleep over it. So.
And it's a shame because you actually had a friendship with. Well, all I ever hear is her grunting and making weird noises. I mean, that's funny, to the average.
Oh my God!
Yeah,
what?
You impersonated her. I was dying.
Yeah, no, I shouldn't have done that, but still,
it was hysterical.
Well, I mean, it's it. That's all she said. What? Oh my God! Oh my God! No, like it's like, whoa,
right.
Somebody says something in the comments, it'll crack you up. Like if you ever watch her live, somebody says something, she's like, what? Oh God, no way, what? Ew, nope, not me.
And then it starts the mumbling. It's so bizarre.
I'm telling you, dude. But in all reality, like seriously, she was a fucking hilarious person, man.
Yeah, it's a
Like
shame.
you could have, she would say some of the funniest shit, and you're just like, and I don't even mean in a way like she just
Like trying to be funny. She's just
yeah.
naturally funny.
Yeah, and it's funny as fuck because she'd lighten your day, man. And then you come to a situation like this, and it's like, dude, what the fuck? So, and I mean, she already lied on me before this. That's the thing, and I called her out for it, and then she literally was crying on her live then because I called her out for that. Where
So she's
tried
one of
to
those
say-
when she gets called out with lying, she resorts to tears, right?
Yeah.
You know, I can't stand that. Instead of just admitting, yeah, well, you know, I missed, I don't know. I remembered incorrectly, or I'm sorry I said that, you know, I was wrong. She just has to start to crying.
No, well,
Right,
she had people contact me saying, "Hey, can you get a hold of Terry? She's upset because she says she would never do that to you. You're like a brother, like a little brother, and all this other shit." Because it was talking about the things that Seth said at Red Robin that night, and I think Jay's the one that was doing it. Jay had talked about it, and Terry had made the comments. You know, she sat there and I said, Terry would hear everything. Then I find out that Terry has the whole damn recording of Red Robin. That night,
So why not play it then?
Right? Well, she keeps saying that she needs. She played something on her phone while we were standing at the park. That when all this shit went down. Apparently, she was playing something, and she's like, "You need to hear this." And then, because I called her out, somebody texted me and said, "Hey," and Barbecue and them were standing there. Casper was standing there too, and said somebody had said she still works with Tony and Seth. She was
believe
there.
that.
She was at the jail that night. And the reason why Betty's upset is because Betty thought they were friends because when she got out of jail, Terry Lynn was there and she didn't record her.
Oh, so Terry Lynn was at the jail when they released Betty?
Yeah.
I've been saying she's a double agent, man. There's no way she's not still in with Tony and
Now,
Seth.
let me say this. Okay, so to clarify, now that is what this person said. So I went up to her at the memorial. And maybe this is where she's getting that. I confronted her about that. I said, "Hey Terry," I said, "read this." And I showed her my phone. I said, why is, like, what is this? Is this true? I said, because some stuff does go back to them that I'm like, what the fuck? And she's the only person. So I said, are you still working with Tony or Seth? No, fuck no. I put that on my dad. Let's go get my Bible out of my car right now. And Barbecue's like, no, chill out. No need to go get your Bible. She's like, no, we're going to get my Bible right now. And I'm like, okay.
The Bible.
So, yeah. And so, again, at the end of the, I wish I could stop saying that. I hate that. One of these days I'll stop saying it. Sorry, guys. But when she did that, I mean, at that point, we told her, like, hey, man, there's no sense in going and getting a Bible. I'm just asking a question. Why are you, like, no need to jump straight into, I need to go get my Bible to prove that I'm not doing this. Why do you need to go get a Bible to prove to me that you're not? That doesn't do nothing for me. I need you to look me in my eyes and tell me that you don't work with Tony or Seth.
Right.
And
like, just say it. Stop the antics with like, I'll get the Bible. Who cares for your Bible? Just say it.
So I like I said, now that's where she's talking about that I guess organizer confronted her. Then that there ain't no lies there. I confronted the shit out of it because I am tired myself of being told that I am working with them when I absolutely despise them in such a way that, I mean, this man literally fucking made me his fall guy just so he could save face on his personal experience to be a spokesperson while exploiting missing children.
Right.
So obviously I'm a little pissed off. And I continued to be his little fall boy for fucking, I mean, dude, we were literally going to make shirts with somebody's face on the front and it says, "I'm not your fall boy" on the back.
See, and that's exactly what I think they do have, though. They have fall people, right? I'll never forget, Tony said, if I could find just, X amount of channels to give Steph 20 minutes a day, basically push his agenda. And that's what he went and he did. And he reeled all of yous in somehow. I don't know how, because you can see right through the man. You know what I mean? But he
No, I'm
did.
sorry. I'm laughing at Crimson. She said Bible code for peen.
I know, right? Oh my gosh.
Peen
Let me
gate.
get my Bible.
Yeah. I don't
His
know,
family
man.
has known hers for 40 years. Right. I don't
Karen
think
is
Mystic, I don't think Stephen would know. If the Proudfoots don't even know, how would Stephen know if they were actually Sebastian's pants?
I don't know. I don't know.
Nobody
All
does.
I can say that the creek part where, because it was said that those pants were located what the upper part of Manchester Creek, right?
Yeah.
And that tree stump that fooled the world, right? Well, it fooled my ass and it fooled the world. Obviously was located at the lower end of Manchester Creek that opens to Cumberland. I have been told that those were his pants. They were the wrong size, but again, that is hearsay shit, man. Until I hear law enforcement, and I thought law enforcement said it wasn't his, so I don't know. Like, it's a fucking hard one. And again, like when it comes to investigative stuff, I try to nearly kind of stay away from it now because again, it's easy for me to say something, and I do have a little following on TikTok that it will go running.
Yeah. Well, and that's exactly right. It does work that way, which is why we're seeing that here today. We're seeing people that staunchly support barbecue, or they're in here defending it. Like, he didn't say that. Then you have people who don't support her in here saying she did say that. And it's always going to be that way, which is why it's so important that we come with receipts anytime we make a bold claim. Like, my understanding is they're saying that Mr. Jones is in trouble at work. That's not true.
Right.
It's not. There's nothing to do with working a time card or anything. So I don't know where that originated from, but it's not true.
See, Gene Salzman says the LE said they weren't his. So at that point, you have to assume they're not his, right?
Right.
That's the law enforcement saying it. So,
right.
Again, this is coming from somebody that says to see receipts of this Speedo pic.
Yeah, that was funny.
Hey, I swear, barbecue. I'll get it from barbecue, and I will happily post it on a live for you guys.
Oh my gosh, that's hysterical.
Oh no, man. Did your wife? How did your wife? Vivian P. So that was actually from Project, and I help out a lot of people. My wife is actually super supportive. She just wants me to always do my due diligence. Now, she was pissed off that because I told her, I said, hey, I fucked up. And she said, well, did you learn your lesson? And I said, she's like, I'm going to take that as a probably no. And I was like, no, I did. I wish there was a better way to vet people. Like, when somebody asked for something like that, and I was like, now I know. And she's like, well, whatever you do, she's like, maybe you should look into the PI. And that's why the PI would get involved in some other shit. So. Right. And I mean, because you got to think, if you're trying to do something to help families with the ASK project side of things, like, it sucks because you want something to take off and do good. In reality, man, maybe I didn't do my homework, but I also know that John Walsh he has that Lost project, and I kind of think they do similar thing, and maybe that's what it is, right? But I don't know, man. I just wanted to help families of the missing, and what I've learned is you can have this great idea in your head, and it's supposed to work the way it does. But people, when it comes to money in a situation, you can be easily very manipulated. And so it's like, I'm a dumbass, obviously what I've learned is I need to hire people, truthfully, that if I want that project to do anything, I need to hire the people that are capable.
Right.
And it's showing that, and I have no qualms with saying, hey man, obviously I need help with this. This is not something I'm good at. And so, because it takes a team, man. It takes a team to do a project like that, and you can't do it all on your own self. It's just like YouTube. Like, dude, I'm so flabbergasted at how you and others like Titanium and everybody does it. So I'm like, this is work. This is not just you do this. No, man, you got to look up stuff. You got to make sure you got everything you're looking at. Like, it's a job.
And it's hard to do when there's so many different stories from so many different angles.
And can I ask you, like, so how do you, like, ensure that you're, like, so do you just go through everything and then you finally say, okay, this is what it is, and then put it out? Or do you kind of like come with it with an approach of questioning everything?
I come with an approach of questioning everything. But as of recently, my biggest problem is these statements being like, whether we like people or not, stating that without a doubt Terry Lynn is planting evidence and those pants were Sebastian's. That's harmful. I don't even like Terry Lynn, but that's a serious accusation. Where's the proof of that? You know what I mean? Things like that. It's just, or even this Mr. Jones is being investigated for his time card. Because who heard that? Oh, Mrs. Jones told Terry Lynn. Everything originates with Terry Lynn, but repeating that as facts just isn't true, and it's a problem. And we need to start asking for receipts on these things and stop taking people just because we support them or we like them or we want to believe we can trust everything they say. We need to demand receipts for these things.
Yeah. I love your comments.
I know they are funny as hell. I got a paranoid in the chat. But it is all stories until we get facts. And that's why I like being able to ask directly, hey, do you know if this is true or do you know if that's true?
That's legit. Somebody said hold on, let me find it because I thought that was a really good point, actually.
Frenchy tribe.
Where did it go, man? Somebody said something. I thought Stephen, to be fair, many don't ask questions of others they don't already know the answer to.
Yeah.
That is, I can see that. I could actually really see that because you're going to try to see if there's a like a discrepancy, right? Or am I reading that wrong? I might be reading it wrong too.
No, you're right. Like basically, if you're asking a question, you already know the answer. Not me. Sometimes I honestly don't know, and I'm generally asking.
Yeah,
I think that's true.
So Mr. Jones, I don't know. This is the first time I've heard about this Mr. Jones thing because I've been seeing the Coffindaffer shit, and I know Coffindaffer and Tony always, man, he would love to drop Coffindaffer's name. I talk to Coffindaffer all the time, multiple times a day. We call each other all the time, and I'm like, wasn't she an agriculture FBI agent?
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
So,
but she has no credentials. She's not even people don't even like her.
I don't know. That's just crazy, man, because I'm sitting here and I'm like, what does agriculture have to do? Like, I guess finding missing cows is difficult.
Well, those damn cow tippers.
Yeah.
She is a nut job. She really is a nut job. Seriously, I don't like her at all.
She said cow tippers.
Well, Karen, you've been in here this whole time. With utmost respect, Nina gave a story, right? There was no receipts to it. I'm not saying she was lying because I don't know she was lying. But what I do know is that Chris has maintained custody and visitation with that daughter ever since. So if those stories were that true, was she then receive? I mean, come on. You got to use both sides of your noggin here. I just heard that Han guy say the other day that Chris hit his daughter so hard he knocked the braces off. They went flying. That never even happened. You can't just knock braces off without knocking out the teeth. I mean, it just never happened. Can you repeat what Ellie said to him when he went to Ellie's regarding Proudfoots and accusations? Oh gosh, I heard him say it so many times. Basically, don't you think if we had something, we would be going that route, and without proof, you don't know what a family's going through already. So when you add to it,
So
I mean, essentially,
yeah, man. The moral of it is Tim Bailey had told me that he said we've ran dogs all around in this house, and everybody wants to talk about the dogs and not going, and that's not true. Ellie absolutely ran dogs all in throughout that house, all around it. The dog would track. If you're facing the road, the dog would go left, go down to like the bus stop thing, cut left, go down beside the house, go into the ditch. I mean, again, the dog had a scent and was tracking it. So, but I think, one of the things I will say that kind of shed some light on some shit real quick, though, is the retention pond. You know what a retention pond is, right? Do you also know that scent carries in water heavily?
I really don't know what a retention pond is.
It's just a runoff. It's like so every neighborhood has to have them. It's kind of like a ditch almost in the front of your house, right? But if in a neighborhood, they have to direct all the water towards something. So when they start the pre-build of these houses, they kind of do it. Why? Because it also helps keep the water off the foundations as they're building and everything like that. Well, so the question is okay, if the water can carry a scent and then it went into that pond, did it run off from somewhere else, right, from up the hill? And again, there's a lot of questions I have about that that would get brought up that actually made me think, like, holy shit, that is a good point. But again, it does stop at that retention pond, and everybody made a mountain out of a molehill is what I feel like. But getting back to the Tim Bailey thing, essentially that they've been all through this house. They've done everything they absolutely could. People, they've even had the statement of, did you check the attic? The attic, he's like, do you think we're stupid? We checked everywhere. We absolutely could. They had access to every part of that house. Despite what y'all are thinking, they absolutely had access to every part of that house.
Right.
Everything.
That's just like when people are like, they need to get Chris and Katie separate and, you know, question them.
They have multiple times.
Right. You don't think they've done that?
They have been interrogated multiple times.
It's so
Together
ridiculous.
and a separate. I mean, again, but Tim Bailey kept on just on a whole list of shit of just like everything everybody's saying, you know, and I was part of that too, right? And then questioning everything. And he said, here's at the bottom line, your opinions, you're allowed to have opinions, but sometimes those opinions can affect others mentally, and especially given the situation as being as sensitive it is when your child is missing. So
right.
It was, if we had any evidence to suggest foul play, a smidge, this would have went a different way. There is nothing.
Right.
To see. So
Mr. Firefly says, dude, that dog information was from Chris's own mouth. Did you miss that by chance? Did you miss by chance that it's actual the facts? Which is why it would also come from Chris's mouth.
Can I say something real quick? You know what? Does anybody not listen to the calls? Why don't you listen to the calls? You say the dog picked. They said the dog picked up a scent. He's tracking a scent. You can hear it.
Right. You hear it with your own ears.
Calls, man.
That can't be manipulated. Like real action time.
Dude, I again, sorry, I get hot over that one, man. It's like, dude, you can't. What? You mean to tell me somebody faked the whole 911 call or whatever the hell the call was? But you can literally hear it. He said the dogs picked up a track, or picked up a scent and is tracking it, and then multiple dogs, not just one. They ran multiple to ensure that it was a scent that was being picked up. So
yeah, and I think what confuses people is because it didn't lead to Sebastian, the way they phrase that, people then take it as if the dogs didn't hit. No, it just didn't lead to the missing child.
Correct. Yep. And see, and it's just like this. This was another good example. Somebody told me, right? And dude, the more I like thought about this stuff, they said, okay, let me ask you something. If I was to say, which way did the dogs go? Which way are you going to say they went? Right from the house. The dog tracked. I was saying right. I said, well, he went right. Yeah, if I'm looking at the house.
Oh, not coming from the house.
Yep.
I get that. Okay.
Coming from the house, he went left. And so again, something minutely like misinformed can make it spin to a whole different. Well, that didn't happen because he didn't go right. You see what I'm saying?
Right. So now that's enough to discredit everything. Yeah.
Yep. And so I've learned just to like I said, man, like I'll talk on it, shit that I've talked about and stuff like that. I have no problem saying I'm not an investigator. I learned it the hard way. So
you know what I noticed with you, Stephen, is one thing, if I can, any advice I can give you as somebody who's done this a long time, and I've had quite the amount of people come after me. I mean, there's there's a good little movement against me every day, several streams a day. One thing I can recommend is stop trying to convince people, because those you're looking to convince will never be convinced. I hear you so many times because you're so used to being doubted at this point that you're like, I'll show you. Like, and you want to show everything. You don't have to. Stop. You will drive yourself crazy. There's always going to be assholes like Karen. There's always going to be assholes like Linda. They're always going to be assholes, and they're never going to stop. You're always going to have a troll like Mystic that's going to poke you to annoy you. Just ignore those people. Those who are there for you, they believe you. They don't need you to validate it any further. You don't have to, don't convince anybody of anything. Just stand on your truth.
So, no, I appreciate that more than anything, though. Like, and I mean, I get it's funny because that's no shit. In the last 3 days, that is the second time I have now heard that from somebody that, that I would like. I don't have a problem with him. Never had a problem with him, man. I don't have problems with anybody The only ones that I can tell you I have a problem with is Blowhorn and Tony.
Yeah.
Even Seth, I don't like Seth, but I don't care. I just not something I'm gonna say I hate him. You know.
Right.
I think he's guilty? No, I'll tell you that. I'm just like Chris and Katie. I don't think they're guilty. I think what happened is unfortunate until there's evidence, actual factual evidence. LE comes out with and says, "Hey, we have this." Then at that point, I'll make my decision. My emotions are not something that I've got to learn not to go that. It's just like growing up, man. Your emotions can cause you to do stupid shit.
That's true.
It's all throughout life, even with relationships. Like when somebody says something, you get emotional, you think a certain way, and then boom, now you've reacted and you can't get back what you've done. So it's one of those things.
And there's people, Stephen, that come in for that reaction. They're always like, I've learned to be less reactive because there are people that will intentionally poke for that reaation.
That's true.
They want you to get all hot and heavy. They want you to get, don't fall for it. I mean, look, the one woman was in here trying to get your attention the whole time. As soon as you acknowledged her and basically said, I see you, but I don't care. She stopped. They're gone. The troll lost. You know what I mean? You take away their power.
My thing is, I don't know. Crimson said, Seth, move on, dude. Go the fucking move on.
From Katie, because it seems like he's very much stuck on Katie.
No, dude, and I'm going to say this. I truly feel... All right, here's something that's funny. Do me a favor. Y'all go back and look at every Chris and Katie interview. And I started doing this. And then look at Seth's interview when it comes to questions about his son. Yeah. Tell me that they are not mimicked exactly from what Chris and Katie are saying about knowing what they know about Sebastian.
So funny you say that. So funny you say that because somebody told me pay attention to that and I did. And it does come out like every time Seth is just repeating what he heard Chris and Katie say for sure.
Mm-hmm. I was mind boggled. I was like, holy shit. It is literally just him switching his spot. That's it. I was like, well, I mean, and then you ever seen the video where it's like, hey, what do you know? Like, how is your son? And all he can say is just this, well, he's always smiling, he's a happy guy, blah, blah. It's just generic responses is what I would call it.
Because I feel like he didn't know much because I feel like, he didn't spend and maybe that's one of his issues. He felt like he didn't spend as much time as he should have or could have. But I do agree that he kind of repeats what they say. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the part to me is I personally, I'm still, and I want to ask, I'll ask this here, and kind of what I'd ask anybody. If you were me and you were out searching and you were doing anything, where would you start? Where would you start?
Where the child was last seen, to be honest.
So, okay, now let's interlude LE, knowing that they've been there two, three times, right, with dogs, horses, and everything, and they stopped at 5. Would you go back through where they are just to be cautious, or would you start at 5?
No, I would start at 5 because I trust LE. You know what I mean? I would have no reason to believe that they won it. And I guess that's like, where would you start? There, I feel like the problem is there's been so many searches, but there hasn't been much communication, right? So it's like, where do you start?
There's no map. Like, so you can get on Sebastian's map and you can see where everybody searched. But the weird part is like a general understanding of why they didn't go through an area. Like, why didn't they go through this one spot? Is there a 60-foot drop there that I need to know about that I'm going to be tracking along?
No, that's true. That's true. I didn't think of that.
So, again, it would be, like you said, it'd be really nice that if it was out there. Again, I do not think, it's like summer whales. I'm sure. Did you cover summer whales, Granny?
Not really, but I mean, I followed it and everything, yeah.
So,
I covered Betty's actions during summer wells. Got you.
So okay. Do you know if that's true about Don?
Did he fall asleep during? That's you saying that the other day is the first time I ever heard it, and I believe it's the first time many people ever heard it.
So I seen it, and the reason. So obviously you go down a rabbit hole, and I try to find where that was out. If anybody put a video, I couldn't. But if you go to Reddit. And then I had 2 other people tell me this that was in the Summerwell's case thing. And I'm like, I don't know, man. I don't know if that's true or not. So I might have misspoke, and now I'm like, fuck. See, this that shit I'm talking about, though, right? It's like,
it goes around, yeah.
Yeah. So I've got to be like, hey, please take that with a grain of salt, because this is where I seen it, and I had 2 people say it. It doesn't mean it's factual. I've yet to find one video of this, and so with Seth, he's openly admitted that he fell asleep. He fell asleep during his. So you would have thought Don would have said the same thing or something, but I don't know. I just wanted to get y'all's opinion on like the whole searching thing, because I'm fighting with myself right now. I'm like, I feel like so at the end, we don't have the communication with law enforcement, and that's where I was getting at with Summer Wells case. The law enforcement, no communication. The only thing that bothers me with Summer Wells and Sebastian, truthfully, is the FBI unit had a special team designated to Summer, and they were actually on the ground. Why didn't Sebastian get that? That's the problem I have with understanding jurisdiction and when they release something, or like how they take over. What's that?
Sorry, I thought I was muted.
He said, "No, she is not legit." Thought Candace fell asleep, not Dawn. Huh. Hogan's Branch. Hey, Granny, if you're talking, I can't hear you. Oh, she got a call. Okay. All right. I was like, where's she go, man? I don't think Sebastian there. So, what's funny, man, is, some part of me, I will be honest with you, a lot of me wonders if he's not around Hendersonville. His girlfriend got him losing him. Oh, wow. Shouldn't have been found years later within a mile from their house, man. That's why they're going to research. Trees are buried.
Sorry, Stephen. I thought I was muted. I had a phone call, and I thought I was muted. I apologize.
That's what everybody said. It's like, oh, just keep going. She's muted.
I didn't
she's on a phone call. I was like, what? So, okay. So my thing is that everybody is actually saying, so I didn't know this. So this is new to me. The Hogan's Branch. So Stephen, Hogan's Branch is where TBI sent their $10 million plane that's used for abductions and Amber Alerts. Specifically.
Oh, really?
There. Yeah, I did not know this person.
You know what I would search, Stephen, if possible? Did you see the map that SF Investigates put out?
I did not. He hates me, and the thing is, he has a right to, man. So, it's nothing new, man. He has a right. It's a lot of it, I think, it's got to do because of Tony.
Yeah, I'm sure of it.
And some other stuff when it comes to obviously being associated in my background, right? Dude's good. He's very reputable, and so I'm not going to discredit somebody because they don't like me. He is phenomenal at what he does, and so his statistics, dude, was crazy to me to see. Is like 65%, or what was it? What was the statistics? 65%. I don't know. His video was really, if you're talking about the maps.
Yeah, he put up the maps, but then I just saw that he did this. I'm not searching, but doing some decision point analysis on my own time. Being on the ground does change my search area somewhat. These 30 videos explain why. This is based on search and rescue only and allowing investigators to explore abduction and foul play possibilities. I wonder why and look, there's a graveyard. Who remembers somebody doing a video from a graveyard? But anyway, I would recommend checking out his videos and what he has and what he's thinking. But it's weird that he wrote right here, explore abductions and foul play possibilities. I guess it's not weird at this point.
Yeah.
But he did make it sound like before he believed Sebastian walked out on his own. So I don't know. I would check out his Twitter and see what he's saying and see what, if there's anything you can take from his mapping.
Absolutely.
Because he has credentials.
No, I'll definitely go to it. Oh, no, and that's the one thing I'll say. I'll never discredit this man. He does despite how he feels or anything like that. He's heavily credentialed, is what I got told. So, and I've seen some of his stuff. He has a track record. He's done good in this shit. So
yeah.
Hey, something about the clarinet. Gene Paul. I only know this because I started looking into the band instruments. I never was in band. My brother was, and the giveaways I do. Most kids that are in band, I typically try to help them out without them being in the drawing, only because a lot of times these rental programs that are coming from the school are so outrageous, and you could just get the clarinets and stuff or the trombone for $600, $800, and they don't have to worry about spending $2,200 over the length of time that they have the instrument they rent from the school. But Gene Paul is a really good one.
Yeah, it's very, very expensive. Everything's expensive. The price they want for your kids to play sports nowadays, oh my goodness.
Unreal.
It is. It's so hard to keep your kids, especially if you're not, that financially well off, to keep your kids in these activities. They make it nearly impossible.
Hey, Choo Choo, is that plane? So it makes me wonder on Sebastian's, so on Sebastian's map, there's a plane that the National Guard was flying. I wonder if that's it. And it because it does go over Hogan's Branch area and stuff like that.
The plane TBI sent us used only for abduction and Amber Alerts. Well, that's interesting.
Yeah, and they're saying the flight path was over Hogan's Branch. So.
And what is Hogan's Branch? Is that like a local park?
Yeah.
Or, okay.
No, it's right here, kind of close to. So you got Happy Hollow, I can't even say it, or Tyrese, whatever the hell, Tyrese, I can't even say it. Tyrene, Spring Hill, whatever the crap you want to call that road. Latimer was a big road always talked about too. Latimer comes off of Long Hollow, goes over to Tyree Springs or whatever. And so it's those general areas I think is, they're going, my only thing is like east. I wouldn't see him going tracking east. But if you think about the scent of the dog and where it's tracking, it was kind of northeast. So,
what do you think happened? Do you have like any
I
final
know.
thoughts?
To be honest with you, I'm kind of like where you're at, man. I think that this young man, he walked out on his own, and whether he was upset, whatever it may be, I don't know. But the problem is like I do fight myself with. Why would you walk out in, with no shoes or nothing like that? Like that, just a lot that goes in my head. And so
well, if he was having like a moment of like,
well, my son, he's autistic, right? And so
there you go.
He elopes. And
Yeah.
It's weird, man. Every time he comes out the door and he's like, say if he has a moment or he gets upset and he goes in that flight or fight syndrome thing is what I call it.
Yeah.
Dude, I shit you not, no matter what, wherever he runs, it's left. He will go straight out the door, go left.
I turn left.
Yep. So we know to watch for that. Like it's every time he's 7 years old, straight up the door, left. So it's kind of crazy though, because as a parent, you get accustomed to that. And what if the one time he goes right? And it's like shit. So Angel Sense is one of the best things that you could buy. It's very expensive. And I even said the other day that if there's any parents that have an autistic child and it's something, they have grants for stuff like that too. And I'd be willing to help anybody, obviously can't buy a bunch of them, but be able to help somebody get it's heavy. We've got it. And I think it's a really good thing. My son loves watches and telling time, and it's a very positive thing. So.
That's awesome of you to offer because the products are amazing if you can afford them, right? That's always the issue.
So it says shown training logs is not enough. Anybody can buy a training log online and fill it in.
How's the is the area starting to change like with the leaves and the weather?
Yeah, absolutely. I can if you want me to Monday when I go out there, I can send pictures or whatever, and that way you can have like an aerial drone shot of kind of what it looks like now. It's been so dry here. We need rain so bad, so the leaves are already falling. They're dead.
Yeah, see, I think that would be really interesting to because now, if he did walk out on his own and he did, get, caught in bushes or he tried to cocoon there for a minute or whatever and kind of, came to the elements, if that were the case, and I'm not speaking into existence, but if that were the case, now would be the time that, you know, searches would start up again, just in case.
Oh, absolutely. As OG Blame said, also, I wish people would realize sometimes crane workers, dude, they do. Absolutely, they do. Because we work with a lot of them in the cell phone tower industry. And, dude, the hours are weird, man. They're a lot weirder for them. So, I'd imagine in the sky crane, too. Like, I guess they would have interchanging shifts, right? The thing moves all the time. I know I've seen them in Nashville. That one dude that was in the tornado, that was wild. I don't know if anybody ever seen that shit. That was the craziest thing I've ever seen. Dude was up there when that tornado come through Nashville, and he's calling his wife, man. And I'm like, oh crap. He's like, I see power flashes.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, it's wild. Look up.
Did I lose you?
Nah, my damn phone ring. I gotta do this whole do not disturb thing. I keep forgetting every time I go live. But what I can say is the whole tornado. I guess he was sitting up in the little pit, right? Or whatever the hell you want to call that. And he starts seeing stuff and he's like, man, the wind's getting real bad. Well, he's on the phone with his wife and you can see, he's like, oh God, there's power flashes. And he turns the phone around. Just look up, guy survives tornado in Crane, Nashville, Tennessee.
Oh, that's scary.
Dude,
Did hunting season start? That's a good question.
No, it starts more. So yeah, duck season, yes. But hunting season is coming up in October.
That's going to be
And I think that's going to be that's something I talk about a lot, is just, make sure everybody's always saying, hey, to our hunters, y'all are going to be in these woods. Please be, just please be super vigilant, man. Still got a kid that's missing. And
Absolutely.
Hunters, I feel, are very important. They're going to notice if somebody's moved something in their deer stand. I can promise you that.
Right.
So, and with the seasons changing, they're going to be out there more than anybody right now. So just, hey, please keep your eyes open.
That's all we can do. Well, Stephen, I'm going to go ahead and wrap this up. We have our community day today, which is a lot of fun.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, thank you for letting me come up, and I appreciate you so much.
Yeah, I appreciate you coming up, and thank you, and hope to talk to you soon. I know I have a million conversations, but I have a million things going on the side of me as well.
No, you're good. Well, if you need anything, seriously mean this, just holler. Thank y'all.
Thank you. Happy birthday. It's your birthday?
Yeah, yesterday.
Yeah. Oh, happy birthday.
All right, thank y'all so much.
All right, guys. Thank you all for being here with us today. This live stream took many different turns. I appreciate you guys staying through it all. I am, however, running behind. I was excited to hear from Stephen and, get different perspectives on somebody who's been on, one side or the other and is truly out there searching. I think it was very important information. Yeah, but I am running behind at this point. So I got to get down there. I appreciate you all being here with me today. If you haven't, please consider hitting the thumbs up and enjoy your Saturday. I hope you all stay safe out there. As Stephen just said, pay attention to your surroundings, your areas. I mean, there is a missing child and Lord knows kids can move quickly. I'm curious to see what type of plan he comes up with for searching. So we'll see. I appreciate you all being here, ministry. Thank you, Twisted. Everybody who's in the chat, I appreciate you. Even those who weren't so kind, appreciate you being here. And I'll see you all next time. Enjoy your Saturday.